शारदे करुणानिधे सकलानवाम्ब सदा जनान् चारणादिमगीतवैभव पूरिताखिलगीत ते शारदे करुणानिधे शारदे करुणानिधे सकलानवाम्ब सदा जनान्.
Thank you, Santoshi. Indeed, it was a soulful invocation of Chandrasekhara Bharati's composition. I now invite Professor Umarani to deliver the welcome address and to set today's event.
Thank you. Ellargu namaskara. Good morning, everybody. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. K. Srinivasa Rao, former Secretary, CIIL Academy, our distinguished Founder Director, Professor Devi Prasanna Patnaik, our special guest, Professor Uma Maheshwar Rao, former President, Linguistic Society of India, our distinguished former Director, Professor Rajesh Sachdeva, Professor Basavaraja Kodaganti, Director, CIIL, my dear colleague, Professor Fernandez, Deputy Director, CIIL, all the lecturers and JROs present here, my dear colleagues and staff of CIIL and the RLCs who joined virtually, former staff members of the Institute, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to everyone. It's indeed both an honor and a privilege to stand before you this morning and welcome you to the 58th Foundation Day celebrations of the Central Institute of Indian Languages. It's indeed our privilege to have with us today our founder director, Professor Devi Prasanna Patnaik, Padma Shri Awardee, and former Additional Secretary, Ministry of Human Resource Development that time, who has joined us virtually. Professor Patnaik needs no introduction. He is the visionary who laid the foundation of this institute and played a vital role in shaping its early directions. On behalf of his own family, the Central Institute of Indian Languages, on behalf of everyone sitting here, I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. Your virtual presence this morning is a source of inspiration to all of us and a great encouragement to the entire CIIL community. We are equally honored to have with us today our chief guest, Dr. K. Srinivasa Rao, former Secretary, CIIL Academy. We are deeply grateful to you for graciously accepting our invitation, even with such a short notice, and also to inaugurate the 58th Foundation Day celebrations and deliver the Foundation Day address. Your presence adds great significance to this occasion. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our special guest, Professor Uma Maheshwara Rao, an eminent linguist, one of India's foremost scholars in comparative Dravidian, and also one of the pioneers in computational linguistics who worked on machine translation for several decades in the country. Professor Rao is not new to the CIIL. He has been with us for a long time, and he has also witnessed the growth of CIIL from its formative years and has remained closely in touch with us over these decades. Your presence on this special occasion is very meaningful to all of us. I am also very happy you accepted to deliver the Foundation Day lecture, the one and only lecture for this year. On behalf of our institute, we warmly welcome you. It is particularly gratifying to welcome back Professor Rajesh Sachdeva, former director of the institute. Professor Sachdeva is one of our own. I'm very happy to see you here today. He joined the CIIL in the 1970s. served the institute in various capacities before retiring as its director. We are delighted to welcome you back to the institute on this important day and happy you accepted our invitation to be with us. Now it's time to welcome our own director, Professor Basavaraja Kodaganti, Central Institute of Indian Languages. Although your association with CIIL in this capacity is very recent, we are very grateful for your encouragement and wholehearted support in making this 58th Foundation Day celebrations happen today. I extend you a very warm welcome on behalf of every one of my colleagues and staff members here. I would also like to extend my greetings and a warm welcome to my colleague, Professor P.R.D. Fernandez, Deputy Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages. It is indeed a pleasure to have you with us on this special occasion. We are very happy to have with us several other colleagues and well-wishers who have been associated with CIIL from its early years. We have Professor Sam Mohanlal, and a few members are on the, I think they are arriving now. I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to all the former colleagues and staff of the Institute. Your presence adds a special meaning to today's celebrations. I also extend a warm welcome to all my colleagues and staff of CIIL and our regional language centers, including those who are joining us virtually. And okay. I also extend a warm welcome to the media personnel here who have been very, very supportive of CIIL, and despite various other engagements in the state, I am happy at least a few of us could come here. I hope you can hear me very well now, even without the mic. I'm back to my teacher mode. So anyway, so I'm very happy to be here. Without the presence of all of you, media and all the colleagues here, today's occasion could not be complete. As we all know, every Foundation Day is a moment of celebration. Every birthday of our institute is very, very important for us. It's an occasion for our reflection. That is why it gives us an opportunity to look back with happiness, with gratitude at the vision at which this great institution was established, to acknowledge the contributions made by everyone in the past during the last few decades, and to renew our commitments to the ideals that continue to guide us. Everyone sitting here is fully aware. Nevertheless, I would like to mention on 17 July 1969, Central Institute of Indian Languages was established here in the cultural capital of Karnataka, Mysore, with a vision to promote and strengthen the rich linguistic heritage of our country and to promote a deeper understanding of India's multilingual character. As we celebrate the 58th Foundation Day today, we pay tribute to that vision and to the great generations of scholars, teachers, administrators, staff, our ministry who has been very, very helpful and supportive all these years and continues to support us. And I also would like to thank the numerous language communities without whom our research would not have been possible, our projects would not have taken any shape. I also have a very brief personal reflection. For me, CIIL is much more than an academic institution. It has been a place of learning, discovery, and intellectual growth. When I first came here, I had been working only on Tamil and a few Dravidian languages. But this institution opened my eyes and ears to the extraordinary linguistic diversity of country. It introduced me to various fields, various languages. I believe in a country like India, our languages are not merely a means of communication. They are repositories of our knowledge. The Indian knowledge systems are very rich. Our history, our identities, and our collective memory is something very, very interesting and beautiful to treasure. The strength of India lies in the extraordinary linguistic diversity. Every language, big or small, has to be promoted, and that is the vision institutions like CIIL have to ensure that linguistic diversity is not only documented and studied, but is also carried forward to future generations. I hope that every young person who is passionate about languages will see CIL as a place of learning, discovery, and inspiration. This year's Foundation Day program has been thoughtfully designed to bring together different phases of CIL's remarkable journey. We are privileged to have with us those who laid the foundation of this institute, those who have witnessed and contributed to its growth over the decades, and those who continue to shape its future. Through the Foundation Day address and the Foundation Day lecture, we will have an opportunity to reflect on our past, appreciate our present, and look forward to the future of Indian languages in a rapidly changing world. On behalf of the Institute and on behalf of the Director CIL, I express my sincere gratitude to all our distinguished guests for accepting our invitation and for joining us on this special occasion. I also place on record my heartfelt appreciation to all my colleagues and the organizing team and every member of the CIL family whose dedication and hard work have made today's celebration possible. I once again extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you and wish you a meaningful and memorable 58th Foundation Day celebration. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Umarani, for the warm welcome and for setting the tone of today's program. Now we have come to one of the most important part of the program, that is lighting of the lamp. The lighting of the ceremonial lamp symbolizes the triumph of knowledge over ignorance, wisdom over darkness, and hope over despair. I now request our chief guest, Dr. K. Rao, to inaugurate 58th Foundation Day celebration of the Central Institute of Indian Languages by lighting the lamp. And I also invite the other dignitaries to please kindly join him.
Felicitations. As a token of gratitude and a deep appreciation, we shall now felicitate our distinguished guest. To this, I request Professor Basavaraj Kodagunti to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. K. Srinivas Rao. Yeah, they are good. Ladies and gentlemen, I just excuse for the little inconvenience. It will be done. Professor Basavaraj Kodgunti to felicitate Chief Guest Dr. K. Srinivas Rao. Thank you, sir. I once again request Professor Basavaraj Kodgunti to felicitate our special guest, Dr. G. Uma Maheshwara Rao. Thank you, sir. I request I request Professor Fernandes to felicitate our former director, Professor Rajesh Sachdeva. Thank you, sir. And I request Professor Umarani to felicitate Professor Fernandes, Deputy Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages. Thank you, sir. Just to save the time, I request Professor Fernandes to felicitate Professor Umarani. As madam is very punctual, so she... Thank you, sir. And now a special felicitation to our Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages, Dr. Basavaraj Kodgunti, from our guest of honor, Sri Rajesh Sachdeva. Thank you all dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and great privilege to request a visionary whose dream laid the foundation for this institution. Professor D.B. Patnaik, the founder director of the Central Institute of Indian Languages, is one of the India's most distinguished linguists, scholars, and language planners. His pioneering vision has profoundly shaped language research, multilingual education, and language policy in our country. Even in his 90s, his lifelong commitment to the cause of Indian languages continues to inspire generations of scholars and researchers. I now once again request Dr. D.B. Patnaik to address the gathering. Sir, it's your time.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you very well.
Today is the 28th Foundation Day of the CIIL. As the founder director, I built CIIL with an extended family. Today, Indian language structure is disintegrating. I feel sad that I have to address you online and cannot be with you. I am going to remind you of the dream with which we started the CIIL and its current status. There was no language department of the Government of India in 1969. Dr. V.K. Rao the then Union Education Minister, with the assistance of J.P. Rai, Education Advisor, and Kanti Chaudhary, Joint Secretary, succeeded in establishing the Central Institute of Indian Languages as an office of the Ministry of Human Resource Development. I was appointed as the director. By then, I was 39 years of age. On the opening ceremony, V.K. Rao told that if I had 5% like Dr. Patnaik, I would have changed the face of education in India. In the beginning of the CIIL, our emphasis was to distinguish programs from policy and develop a language policy for the country. I had to prepare a document entitled Language Policy and Program, which was published by the Government of India under the authority of the Education Ministry and on my name. It was emphasized in the document that the three-language formula was a program and not a policy. But slowly, it was accepted as policy by 1986. This is primarily because of our non-acceptance of multilingualism as a reality. The multilingual education system is considered as tribal education. There are 3,000 mother tongues and 4,000 castes and communities are lost sight of. Tribal education had to be given special attention in terms of pedagogy and had to be at par with general education. I was fighting for the acquisition of bilingualism and multilingualism by the monolingual West. Wallace Lambert of Canada, the doyen of bilingualism in the West, told me, but like my paradigm of being against bilingualism was from my earlier work. I had then worked with middle-class white children. When I started working with blacks and Arabs, I had to change my paradigm. When we accepted bilingualism, whole of Europe and whole of the West accepted. My fight for multilingualism continued. The West multilingualism in 2004. My conviction of multilingualism and multiculturalism received support from Tagore and Gandhi. My growing up in the Gandhian tradition and 11 years certificate exposed me to the multilingual and multicultural journey. Tagore's son, where the world has not been broken into narrow domestic, into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where multilingualism was considered as complementary. And Gandhi's observation that the Indian culture resides in several villages exposed me to the multilingual philosophy. It was felt that language and linguistics is a separate discipline. In the CIIL, I appointed a psychologist, a sociologist, and an educationist to develop applied linguistics. I appointed a person with geography background to develop linguistic cartography. This helped in the fight for interdisciplinarity in education. In the name of specificity of disciplines, anthropology, sociology, psychology are separated, and botany, geology, zoology, geography are separated. Through the agency of the CIIL, I started developing applied linguistics, sociolinguistics, psycholinguistics, anthropological linguistics in India. Through the CIIL, we joined the establishment of commission recommendation to develop English and Indian language courses for special purposes. This didn't take off the ground. The spokesperson of Colorado Education, Lord Macaulay, had said that those who would come out of this system would be Indian by birth, but in manners and inferiority complex of the Indian language speakers towards their own language. The CIIL was to fight this mindset through various programs. Right from the beginning of our work at CIIL, the Northeast was a major focus, not only for its linguistic and cultural diversity and richness, but also because the conflicts that simmered there. We saw it, therefore, as an important region for intervention. I felt that CIIL should be a bridge between the states, not only Northeast, at the center. Because of this principle of mine, I used to visit every state, especially in the Northeast, and meet the Chief Minister, the Education Minister, and the Education Secretary. This was followed by follow-up meetings and discussions by my colleagues. Over time, this program also faded. Exclusion and marginalization are the two reasons for the constriction of democracy as well as development in India. Millions of children and adults are deprived of their rights based on caste, gender, religion, race, language, or economic class, and are prevented from full participation in the community. Language became endangered language. Globalization is another Western concept, which is a polarization threatening both democracy and development. Moving from welfare economy to corporate economy, through capitalist economy, it sells the dream of economic development. In actuality, it increases the distance between haves and have-nots. 80% of wealth is accumulated in 10% of the population. With concentration of money and power, most of the people in most parts of the world remain voiceless. Poverty, illiteracy, and lack of education are the greatest impediment of democracy and development. Although slogans have been given about education for all, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, and education is by far the most neglected sector. Neglect and official apathy come in the way of inclusive education. I worked in close collaboration with officers of 11 prime ministers, beginning from Indira Gandhi to Atal Education Ministry. Parliament questions are sent to me for draft reply. Since I was in direct communication with state ministers, officials, universities, and research institutions, and worked on multilingualism and inclusive education, the CIIL acted as a bridge among university and languages of the country and between the state and central government. Today, the CIIL stands dedicated not to speak of education and culture, It is not even consultant in language-related matters. I felt sad, but not lost hope. I hope that CIIL will be energized and will work towards the development and progress of India. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring and thought-provoking words. Your vision continues to illuminate the path of CIIL and the larger linguistics community. It is because of your vision and initiation, the dreams of so many people could be realized today, both in the past and the present. You will always remain in the hearts and minds of the people of CIIL and whoever comes into this institution even in the future. May you remain healthy and young at heart, and we hope to see you again in the next Foundation Day, sir. Thank you once again for being with us today. Now we have come to another part of today's program that is very important, that is a Foundation Day address. Before we begin, we are privileged to have Dr. K. Srinivasa Rao, former Secretary of Sahitya Academy, into our midst today to deliver the Foundation Day address. It is an honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Dr. K. Srinivasa Rao, a distinguished thinker, scholar, literary critic, and accomplished administrator with over 3 decades of leadership in India's premier literary and cultural institutions. Dr. Rao has made significant contribution to literary scholarship through his books, research papers, and academic engagements across the country. He has served on several prestigious national bodies, including the Press Council of India and the Raja Ram Mohan Roy Library Foundation, reflecting his deep commitment to literature and public service. His remarkable contributions have earned him numerous honors, including the Delhi Telugu Academy Awards, Kenara Ugadi Puraskaram, Srujana Shakara Saman, and the prestigious Kala Ratna Award, the highest civilian honor of the government of Andhra Pradesh. Adding another milestone to his illustrious career, he received a world record certificate for organizing the world's largest literature festival in Dubai in the year 2024. I now request our esteemed guest, Dr. Rao, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you for your very generous introduction. Respected Professor Devi Prasanna Patnaik ji, who is joined virtually. Professor Basuraj Kodagunti ji, Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages. Professor Rajesh Sachdeva is an eminent scholar and a former director of CIIL. Professor G. Uma Maheswar Rao, to whom I know for almost 3 decades, eminent linguist, scholar, writer, and Professor Umarani Papuswamy, eminent scholar, and also Professor cum Deputy Director of CIIL, who is also a co-recipient with me in the GTV Leadership Award. She and myself, we both received from Chief Minister of Delhi together last year. And Professor P.R.D. Fernandez, Professor cum Deputy Director CIIL. And distinguished faculty, esteemed guests, dear scholars and students. I thank the Central Institute of Indian Languages and its director, Professor Basuraj Kodagunti ji, Professor cum Deputy Director and Program Coordinator of this 58th Foundation Day celebrations, Professor Umarani, for having me in their thoughts and extending this invitation. It is a distinct honor and a matter of immense pleasure to join you on the foundation day of the CIIL Mysore. I extend my warm congratulations to the entire CIIL family on this significant occasion. The CIIL stands as a shining symbol of India's commitment to celebrating, preserving, and promoting its unparalleled linguistic diversity. Since its establishment in 1969, the Institute has rendered exemplary service in advancing linguistic research, promoting multilingual education, strengthening translation studies, developing language technologies, and preserving our rich linguistic heritage. Through its vision, scholarship, and unwavering dedication, CIIL has earned a place of distinction as one of the country's foremost institutions in the field of language studies. As we celebrate this Foundation Day, we also celebrate the values that CIIL represents: academic excellence, intellectual inquiry, inclusiveness, and profound respect for India's many languages and cultures. I am confident that the Institute will continue to inspire future generations of scholars and make even greater contributions to the nation's educational, cultural, and intellectual landscape. Friends, the theme of my address today is Bharat, Many Languages, One Nation. Since time immemorial, Bharat has been a land of extraordinary linguistic and cultural diversity. This multilingualism and multiculturalism lie at the very heart of Bharatiya Sanskriti, or in contemporary terminology, Indian civilization. They have made the Indian subcontinent one of the most vibrant and culturally resilient regions in the world. The uniqueness of India's linguistic heritage extends far beyond the mere existence of numerous languages and language families. What is truly remarkable is the peaceful coexistence of these languages over millennia and their continuous interaction with one another. Each language has enriched others through literature, philosophy, religion, commerce, and everyday human interaction. This long tradition of mutual exchange has strengthened both our linguistic diversity and our civilizational unity. Such a phenomena is rare in human history, and many societies have been predominantly monolingual or have witnessed the disappearance of linguistic diversity through conflict or assimilation. India, by contrast, evolved a civilizational ethos in which plurality was not merely tolerated but celebrated. Sadly, I must also observe that many modern Indians today possess only a limited awareness of this rich linguistic inheritance. Beyond their mother tongue and English, the linguistic traditions of the rest of the country often remain unfamiliar. This is an unfortunate reality that deserves our serious attention. I wish this were not so, yet acknowledging the problem is the first step towards addressing it. We may differ on the extent of the challenge, but I believe there can be little disagreement that we must strive to reconnect with the linguistic wealth of our nation. This issue is important because languages across the world today face unprecedented challenges. Thousands of languages are endangered and many are disappearing altogether. When we recognize this global reality, we better appreciate the extraordinary linguistic heritage that India continues to possess. Every language is someone's mother tongue. It is through the mother tongue that a child first experiences the world. Therefore, when we speak of preserving language, or languages, we are essentially speaking of preserving mother tongues. A mother tongue is much more than a medium of communication. It is the first instrument through which a child understands family, society, culture, and values. It shapes thought, emotion, imagination, and identity. It connects individuals with their history, traditions, literature, philosophy, and spiritual heritage. It would therefore not be an exaggeration to say that one's mother tongue is the foundation of one's cultural identity. Research in linguistics, psychology, and education consistently demonstrates that children learn concepts most effectively in their mother tongue during their formative years. A strong foundation in the mother tongue also facilitates the acquisition of additional languages later in life. Our mother tongues protect us by preserving our memories, our cultural continuity, and our sense of belonging. It is therefore our responsibility to protect them in return. Unfortunately, in many urban settings, it has become fashionable to introduce children exclusively to foreign languages from infancy, often at the expense of their own mother tongue. Learning international languages is undoubtedly valuable, but it should never come at the cost of losing one's linguistic roots. If such trends continue unchecked, many languages may witness a steady decline in native speakers, eventually leading to language endangerment or even extinction. This is particularly tragic in the Indian context because many of our languages possess ancient literary traditions and preserve invaluable knowledge accumulated over centuries. When a language dies, humanity loses far more than means of communication. It loses a unique worldview, oral traditions, literature, historical memory, ecological knowledge, philosophical insights, and countless cultural practices that cannot easily be recovered. If the mother gives life, the mother tongue carries civilization across generations. Language is both a constituent of culture and its most powerful means of expression. Ancient India recognized this truth remarkably early. Our scholars developed sophisticated systems of phonetics, grammar, semantics, and linguistic analysis that remain among the greatest intellectual achievements in human history. Equally, significant was recognition that languages flourish through literature, music, storytelling, theater, and everyday cultural practices. Indian civilization understood that language must adapt to the diverse ecological, social, and cultural environments in which people live while preserving its essential continuity. This great tradition also recognized the importance of education through the mother tongue. It is heartening that this principle finds renewed emphasis in the National Education Policy 2020, which encourages foundational learning in the child's home language or mother tongue wherever possible. While reflecting on India's magnificent linguistic traditions, I return to my earlier concern regarding the limited awareness many of us have about the linguistic richness of our own country. Rapid technological and advancement and changing lifestyles have transformed our lives in unprecedented ways. Technology has connected the world, but it has also encouraged linguistic homogenization in certain domains. Some global languages undoubtedly serve as important instruments of international communication. Yet, we have remembered that language is not merely a tool of communication. It is also a repository of culture, memory, identity, and knowledge. I am encouraged to see increasing efforts towards strengthening the role of Indian languages in national integration and in adapting emerging technologies to them. Allowing me to illustrate this with an institution with which I had a privilege of being associated for many years, as it was introduced more than 3 decades. I am associated with Sahitya Academy, and that institution is India's National Academy of Letters, has played a remarkable role in carrying literary masterpieces from one Indian language into another through translation. In doing so, it has enabled readers across the country to appreciate and literary and cultural traditions of different regions. Such efforts deepen mutual understanding, strengthen national integration, and reinforce our shared civilizational consciousness. Technology, too, has an indispensable role in preserving and promoting our linguistic heritage. Just as palm leaf manuscripts, copper plate inscriptions, and printed books served earlier generations, digital technologies, artificial intelligence, language corpora, digital archives, and language computing now offer unprecedented opportunities to document, preserve, and disseminate Indian languages. Although much remains to be done, the progress achieved in several Indian languages is encouraging. We should embrace these technologies confidently while ensuring that they strengthen rather than replace our linguistic traditions. Research in Indian languages has made important advances in linguistics, lexicography, translation studies, and literature. Nevertheless, enormous opportunities remain before us. Before our greatest challenge is the limited knowledge we possess about one another's languages, literary traditions, philosophies, and intellectual histories. These diverse traditions are not isolated streams. Together they constitute the great river of Bharatiya civilization. The solution lies in promoting greater translation, wider literary exchange, multilingual education, and deeper cultural engagement across regions. This is undoubtedly a demanding task, but it is one worthy of our collective effort. If each one of us learns even a few words, literary works, philosophical ideas, or songs from another Indian language, we shall gradually discover how deeply interconnected our traditions truly are. What once appeared unfamiliar will become familiar. What seemed distant will become our shared inheritance. Such understanding fosters acceptance, mutual respect, and lasting national unity. Friends, India's unity has never depended upon uniformity. It has flourished because of harmony amidst diversity. Our many languages do not divide us, they enrich us. They are different voices expressing the same civilizational spirit. With these thoughts, I conclude my address and I pay my respectful homage to the great grammarians, linguists, philosophers, poets, saints, and scholars of Bharat, whose contributions have preserved this magnificent linguistic heritage for future generations. I once again thank the authorities of CIIL Mysore for giving me the privilege of being with you on this memorable occasion. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, for sharing your insights with us and for your enlightening address. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite our guest of honor, Professor Rajesh Sachdeva, former director of the Central Institute of Indian Languages, who has been with CIIL since 1970s to share his thoughts with us. Sir, kindly take your time.
Thank you so much. समस्त जन कल्याणे निरतं करुणामयं नमामि चिन्मयं देवं सद्गुरुं ब्रह्मविद्वरम् ॐ सर्वहितचिन्तकाय नमः. I invoke the blessings of my teachers in allowing me to say things which should be of relevance on a day like this. I'll start with paying tribute to Dr. Patnaik, who's the founding director and who was very much here, who built on the idea of the institute. And an institution is essentially an enduring idea. The ideals that charge it. So he still alive and he has still things to say, and his commitment for the growth of all Indian languages is much too evident. He's, today the institute is turning 58. At 58, he had retired. In the system that we had, Dr. Patnaik was retired at the age of 58, but today the institute is started. But even though he's retired, in his mind, he has a sense of belongingness. He still has a sense of goodwill for the institute, and goodwill is something that we all value. And I think all those who came in those early years, on a day like this, when the foundation day was being celebrated, we have something to say. But let me not finish. So I'm so happy, sir. Dr. Krishna, sir, you are here. Our director, Baswaraj, is here. Uma, you are here. Fernandez, we all know each other. We have come together, and this institute has brought us together. So, if this were not to be an institute, now what is this institute? This institute is a commitment of this country to look after India's languages. It's an act of language planning. The setting up of an institution is an act of language planning. And it's extremely important that we keep that in mind. The CIIL was set up for looking after all Indian languages, but before that an institute of English and foreign languages had come in. So English was seen as foreign even at that point of time in setting up the institution. It's not as if today suddenly the new education policy talks about don't take English as clubbed with English. It's an old standing. It's not a reflection of today's government's policy that English is being put here. From long time, though I don't think for a person like me who was born in a home where English was spoken at home by my father, and I was brought up in a multilingual environment, for me English was never foreign, even at the level of mother tongue. But at the level of language planning, at the institutional standing, English and foreign languages were put together. And Hindi was Kendriya Hindi Sansthan was brought about to look after the official language Hindi, right? And if you read the development of Hindi, at the base of it is very nice. It talks about a composite Hindustani as the base, in which Hindi and Urdu are together. Today we talk about rivalries, we bring communal notes into the discussion on language. But in the constitutional vision, Hindustani is seen as the base. And then it says Hindi will develop with the participation of all scheduled language speakers. Hindi will not develop only by the Hindi speakers. Hindi will develop as an official language with the participation of all other language speakers. And it will draw on its vocabulary on Sanskrit primarily, but from all other Indian languages too. So the growth, the destiny of Hindi was not an imposition at that point of time. It was collective workout plan. So those of us who suddenly discuss and bring political discourse on it, I'm extremely uncomfortable because we set aside our own forefathers' thinking because we bring in notes of this thing. But in the standing, Hindi was given that, and Rashtriya Sanskrit Sansthan was set up with lots of it. Because Sanskrit was not seen only as another language. It was seen as a deep, meditative, cultural, deep-rooted resource. It was a place where all the talks on linguistics were born, right? This country has given linguistics to the world. And how did it give it? Because we realized that we have cultural resources that were in Sanskrit at that time. There was an oral tradition about the Vedas, and we wanted to safeguard our entire oral cultural heritage, right? The discourse on endangered languages is the oldest discourse on language. It is not the fancy of today's linguists who are milking the name in the name of language caches from different agencies. It is the oldest concern of the society to safeguard our oral heritage. And how will we do it? We set about putting knowledge systems in place. So for example, on Patanjali's writing on Panini's Ashtadhyayi says, Rakshanartham Vedanam Adhyayam Vyakranam. Study Vyakaran. For study of Vedas would not be possible. Rakshartham, to protect our linguistic heritage, we do it. And why are Vedas so important? What is there in those Vedas? What are the Upanishads? Why are they so important? I'll now quote something from the Upanishads. Hari Om. Om iti etadaksharamidam sarvam tasyopyakhyanam bhutam bhavat bhavishyati sarvam onkara eva yaccha anyat trikalatitam tadyapi onkara eva. The idea that Om, the essential verbatim, that there is a vibrant human principle for language, an eternal, always, ever present, beyond the three kalatitam, beyond the present, past and future. And it is there. Etad aksharam idam sarvam, all of it is there. That this is the declaration of the Om. And what is that Om in that Vedanga? The Veda, it's a declaration, right? It's not a debate. It's not a discussion. It's a declaration. What is that declaration of Om as an ever-present? It is saying that the Om in the Mandukya Upanishad, from where I'm quoting, there it is saying that beyond, it's a Pratah smarami, Shankaracharya says, Pratah smarami, Hridi samsprudhatma tatvam, Satchit sukham paramahansa gatim turiyam, Yat swapna jagrut sushuptam veti nityam, Tad brahm nishkalam aham, Nacha bhuta sangha. I am the one who is beyond my awakened state, my dream state and deep sleep state. I am not another state of the mind. I alone am the permanent, the enduring, the one on which rests everything else. I am nishkalam, I am partless. I am not to be disembodied and seen separately. The Om is that. The Mandukya Upanishad is about that fourth, Chaturthya, the fourth part, the fourth state of mind, no, beyond that, which is witness to the three states of being awake and all that. So that sense of deep, ever awakened state, of ever intelligent state of your being, the one in which all that is knowable is already known. All that can be said and thought of is already there. In that enlightened and forever luminous state of your being, awaken me. Oh God, awaken me is the thing. Let me become that awakened and all that. These are the kind of things about our enlightened being that the Upanishads make declarations, and the Vedas have them as their components, and the Vedangas, the grammar, the Nirukta, the dictionary making, Shiksha, the pronunciation, the Chandas, the prosody, all the knowledge systems were created so that we can preserve the utterances, the oral traditions that were there. And we created the most fantastic knowledge systems, right, in the world that were ever there. When we do linguistics, we are quickly told what is the job of the linguist to do. He says, oh, by nature, language is infinite. But a linguist's job is to decode it and see it as something finite. See it as a finite set of sounds, discrete, one different from the other. See them as a discrete set of sound patterns that are happening within the possibilities. See them as possible word formation strategies from within those possibilities. See them being put together into sentences, the different things together, and then the words which mutually expect one another come together and are bound together in language. Now my friend Uma Maheshwara is going to be talking this afternoon later on the revolution on AI is essentially language revolution. I would think, sir, you are only carrying forward the thoughts that our ancestors have given to us, and today you will be anchoring it in contemporary concerns. But I must say you should draw strength from a tradition which has actually given primacy to language and all that. So when we set up language institutes for Hindi and Sanskrit and English and all that, and for CIIL was for all Indian languages put together, right? It was here that the discovery of diversity was happening. The minor and the minority languages, languages spoken in border areas, a vast majority of India's great linguistic treasure was to be discovered. We should not be only hanging around the big, powerful, official 22 languages listed in one schedule of the Constitution, but very many else who are part of the storytelling, who are part of India's and our Constitution envisions one day an equality of opportunity even for those speakers. So for that reason, when CIIL was set up, it was given two directives through its main institute and through its regional language centers. The main institution has a vision of developing a harmonious multilingual India with strong roots in mother tongue. And the regional language centers are supposed to create human resources to cater to promotion of multilingualism, to cater to places who will safeguard their heritage, people who will become competent to document, describe and develop their languages. So they work together. So the institute is given tasked with that. And the very first function of the CIIL was to coordinate the activities of all language departments of the country, the state departments of linguistics of the country, tribal research institutes, and all other bodies that are dealing with language. So it was as if when the language plan is being laid by the country, there is a feeling that collectively the whole of India, all of us as a nation, we will think what is to be done for the country, and we will divide things in different regions and different places, and together we will come up with the development of materials, methods, multilingualism, all the strategies across those lines shown by a tradition of doing documentation proper, description proper, and development of human resources. We labor together collectively. And CIIL would facilitate that possibility. So we were not seen as autonomous and each one living in his own dens. Now we have created more institutions, right? It's part of the same planning is going on. Now we have classical languages added, right? Quickly we made Tamil before Sanskrit. And then as soon as there was a race, oh, why not Kannada and why not Telugu? Sure, they got added. Odia too. And now we have Marathi being added, Prakrit being added, Pali being added, Assam, and maybe many others. Because each language at a certain point of time may have developed classical literature and all that. I say this when I was writing the proposal for the development of Kannada language, the classical language place. I was penning down the proposal. I was studying what is classical language and getting into it. And I knew one will have to look into the the idea of a classical language more sympathetically. It's at a place of time when the language has reached a sense of elegance, a sense of enduring value through its creation. So at one point we say all languages may be equal, but we have to recognize that different languages and the communities have labored differently. No two languages are fully identical in that sense, in terms of the labor they have put in. Different communities have achieved differently. The corpus in different languages is different. The status of different languages is different. So the acquisition strategies in different languages have been different. So recognize the diversity and the disparity of arrangements also, and then plan to do your work. So I think the kind of work that our institution is planning and wants to do, and the kind of work that you want to foresee in the future, all of this is also there. And all of it must remain embedded with a sense of sanctity. I remember some years back, we were having an online meeting with Noam Chomsky had come, and Aligarh Muslim University had arranged this on language and cognition. So Chomsky, who I know when he wrote his Aspects of Theory of Syntax, in his preface he very quickly said it. I'm not doing generative grammar in any new way. Panini has already done it. And I'm only doing something which Panini has done. And so he acknowledged that. And his own teacher of the past, Bloomfield and all, they had all sort of acknowledged that. But he wrote that, and he had said that. So when he met us on Zoom, and when he was asked to talk about language and cognition, he said, I must be very humble in India. Because it's here that somebody like Bhartrhari had already foreseen what is the relationship between language and thought and cognition and all that. So I must be humble. So here is a little quote, the very first thing in Vakya Padya from Bhartrhari. Anadi nidhanam brahmam shabda tattvam yadaksharam vivartyartha bhavena prakriya jagato yataha. Anadi anidhana, which is a timeless, immemorial, is the nature of enduring nature of language. Anidhanam, it doesn't die. We are talking of dying languages. But in some sense, speech is ever present. So long as you're human, language will be there with you. There was no point of time in the evolution of man when he did not have language. It was not a sudden animal discovery. So I'm just saying that, given that nature of the speech, Brahma Shabda Tattva Yadaksharam, the enduring nature of the word, anything that meets is there. So I'm saying, there's a paucity of time, I'm being reminded by Uma. All I'm saying is, language studies are the intersection of today, cognitive studies, of studies on social justice and social discrimination, societal studies, deeply social sciences, and also computational procedures, work on AI and all that. Language studies have a chance to enrich all of that, and I hope during the course of the time, and maybe during the course of the discussion, and in time to come, all of us will be open to those opportunities, and we should all be grateful that this institute is furthering these possibilities. So beyond thinking of now and here, we are going to think about so many communities in this country which have not yet got connected with many of the things. I hope tomorrow if an Angami person sitting in Nagaland talks to his AI machine and says, what will be the weather like in the 4 days, which is the agricultural crop that I can pick up, can you give me some advice on that? I hope the machine will be able to talk back in his Kangami language and give him the things at that point of time. He should not feel deprived just because he happens to be a tribal and left out. And I hope one day technology will advance in such a way that all these knowledge systems will not remain anchored away from the communities, but will become possibilities for everyone to gain ground into the growth of India. Thank you so much. I know I've not been able to do justice to the thing, but nevertheless, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We will again invite you for a long speech.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and inspiring words. Your ideas and thoughts about this institution and also about linguistic protection in this country through various initiatives and policies are thought-provoking. You have taken us through the journey of various language development through various stages. Even after retirement, sir, you have never detached yourself from CIIL, and your continued presence on special occasions like today is very much appreciated. Thank you once again, Professor Sachdeva. Moving on to the next program, we have a very special guest today, Professor G. Uma Maheshwar Rao, who is with us today. He is a former president of the Linguistic Society of India, an eminent computational linguist who is associated with this institute for almost 4 decades. I now invite Professor Maheshwar Rao for his remarks on this special occasion.
We're not denying you the larger opportunity.
I know, right. Thank you for calling me here. Ellarigu namaskara. It's very fortunate and very interesting time for me to share with you on the birthday of 58th birthday of this institute, right? This institute represents 140 crores voices of India. It's not just one voice, it is not only certain groups of voices, but it is the whole lot of voices on the globe, right? That's why it is a very interesting thing, and it is the most important institute of India, right? And my association with this institute is not just yesterday's or day before yesterday's. It was actually almost 40 years. When I started working in linguistics, I started coming over here on and off, and I have seen large number of people and colleagues, senior colleagues and junior colleagues, beginning with the Professor Devi Prasanna Patanayak. Just now we have heard his voice on the internet, right here. And also some of my senior colleagues here, Mohan Lal, and of course the youngest director sitting here, Kodagunti, right? And of course the middle director, here it is Rajesh Satyadev, and of course many more, yeah, the junior and the senior scholars. It's a great opportunity for me to meet again. I've seen many known faces and also of course new faces here. And as you have realized today, languages are not really born, they're only realized, right? There's no time scale for languages to denote that, okay, this is born on 1955 on the Monday, etc., etc. Can't. So we don't really say languages are born, rather we say languages are realized. That's how also the institutes come into picture. Institutes come into alive when actually works on languages and other relevant things are actually worked out, and of course they get the kind of focus of 140 crores of people looking forward for the contributions of this institute, right? So we have a great future for Indian languages and also the work on the Indian languages to be carried out. Gone are the days we only work on the paper and pencil, but today we realize that, okay, we have to work with the instruments, okay, kind of things that we see today, artificial intelligent instruments. They enable us actually to speak and understand in any language. I don't have to speak in English as I am doing it now. I can speak in my mother tongue, and you should, each one of you should be able to listen in your mother tongue, right? That was the day, the dream day of this institute, right? We create lots of descriptions of human languages, but all those descriptions really become part and parcel of the AI interfaces, and then languages will be realized by everybody. There's a kind of seamless interaction across languages, seamless
transfer of information across languages. And that is the time when we realize that kind of thing, that we have achieved the goals of the primary goal of this institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your short but thoughtful insights. So, we have a very we now come to the presidential address. I now invite Professor Basavaraj Kodagunti, Director, CIIL, to deliver the presidential address. Sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪನಾ ದಿನ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ತುಂಬ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ದಿನ, ಒಂದು ಸಂಭ್ರಮದ ದಿನ. We all have gathered here to celebrate the foundation day of an institution which is dedicated for the Indian languages, to work for the Indian languages. And I'm so happy to be here among all the stalwarts here, right from the youngest scholar, Professor D.P. Patnaik, and also Professor Rajesh Sachdev, Professor Uma Maheshwara, whom with, I have a greater connection. I would like to share my connection with CIIL also. I was here in CIIL around 20 years ago as a junior research fellow. And Dr. Srinivas Rao is also with us from literature background, who has contributed a lot for the literature of Indian languages. And I have my senior colleagues who are really helping me in this institute, Professor Umarani, Professor Fernandez, and I also have my younger colleagues. Younger, I mean, in age-wise they are younger, but their service-wise they are not younger to me. I am the younger. Dr. Tariq is there, Dr. Pankaj is there, Dr. Prem, Dr. Sujoy, Dr. Alindra, and Dr. Narayan, and people from all regional language centers, and also scholars, experts working in different classical language centers. For all of us together, it is a day of celebration. And every one of you are the real reason for this celebration, because all of you are working for the institution and you are working for the Indian languages in one or other aspects, in one or other ways. So your contribution to the institution as well as to the Indian languages is really valuable. I would like to talk very few issues here, maybe few aspects of language or language studies, linguistic, whatever it is. Whenever we talk about history of language, we really do not know when this language got evolved. But the language that we experience today is an amount of life experience of the human being of at least several thousands of years. We always know that Harappan, Mohenjo-daro, this we have a script but we could not read. And by that time itself, at least around 5,000 years ago, the whole country was connected. That's very interesting, strange to know that. We always think that it is the transport development, technology, all those things have made us to be connected very easily. But, very interestingly, some of the remnants of Mohenjo-daro are found in my native place, Maski. So, which is in Karnataka, in north part of Karnataka. It shows that 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, we had a great amount of contact between regions in the country. And again, there is another important Buddhist center site, an archaeological Stone Age site also, again from North Karnataka, which is Sannati, Kanaganahalli, appearing two village names, where you have a reference of Banavasi, Nalanda, all those things. So, it is not just I know that region. When a center of excellence in academics mentions another center which is again an excellent of academics. It says that even academic contact, convergence, relations were already there. The Sannati is around 2300 years old site. So 2000 years ago, we had such a greater contact, not only the just an awareness of another site, but we were also respecting each other's intellectual activities. In fact, it is, I'm recently working on Indus scripts. We always talk about Panini, the whole world talk about Panini because we really, the human world could not produce such a great scholar like Panini. So what is the source of language science for him? When we try to, if at all we try to understand, if we are able to understand Indus script, that will be really a great thing that will be decoding our knowledge heritage. Such a great complex linguistic construction is written in Indus script. We are able to assume it, but we are not able to decode. Many people in the world are working on it. But the most important thing is that the very interesting and very specific usages of each symbol in the Indus script, it shows that they had a clear knowledge of language structure. Language structure means grammars. So, and we use the words like iron and gold. At least our archaeologists are showing us that we, the Indian people, had awareness of iron and gold at least around 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. So, when we talk about iron and gold, it is not just an object, it is a science, because it is not simply available like stone in the earth, on the earth. So, there is a science behind preparing these metals. The language, the word ukku in Kannada, records the science behind the object and preparation of the process of preparing that metal. So, study of language will help us to understand our history, our tradition, our heritage. Many a times when all of a sudden cloud comes in the evening or any time, my mother used to say, oh, something like this is happening. How she knows this, something happens. So this is a knowledge, a great amount of knowledge existing in our oral language, oral varieties. So that is actually most important. And in India is one of the very, very thickly complicated regions in the world, where historical linguistics, socio-linguistics, socio-historical linguistics, anthropological linguistics should have, archaeological linguistics should have a greater scope for studying, and we will be able to understand many more things. And we need to work from the institute, we need to work on various aspects, like we need to achieve mother tongue education all over the country, and also we should make higher education in Indian major languages. All these things are our goals, our we need to do for our sake, for the development of our own country, for our own people. We need to do all these things. Whenever rain may not come in the proper time, our village people go to a temple, do some kind of puja, and they sing the whole night some songs. So what does it mean? It is not just a belief, but there is something great amount of knowledge behind it. Because when they sing, it is society, it is culture, it is language, it is music, it is philosophy, it is life, altogether society. So why I am mentioning all these things? Because language encodes connection between all the aspects of the society. So which is most important, that is the reason why language is complex. Language is complex not just because it's structural aspects. Of course, language in structure also it is very complex, but in its usage, in its evolution, in its history, in all perspectives, it is very complex. So today we are in the age of AI. Sir will have a greater insights to share with us. So we, as Professor Sachdev was telling, we should be able to speak with the machine in our own mother tongue. And I should be able to speak in my own mother tongue to all of you, whose mother tongue may be a different varieties. And India is very much concerned about all the languages, whether it is used by very few speakers or crores of speakers. The concept of language itself is very crucial for us to understand. When I speak Kannada, I am from North Karnataka, northeast part of Karnataka. For me, it's a bit difficult to understand the varieties spoken in Mysore. So why this difference happens? That is also most important, because it's very natural to understand what is language. We need to know all these things, and when we ask these kind of questions, then naturally we will be able to address the bigger issues in the country, language related issues in the country. So we as an institution have been contributed a lot to the country for the development of languages in various aspects. Great scholars have worked here and contributed in various aspects, and at present also I have really a great scholars. I'm really happy to have the great scholars in CIIL who are working in their own fields and contributing to the development of the country, and in assisting in as many required domains or areas of the society, even to the government and all. And we hope that CIIL will continue to contribute to the Indian languages, and let us hope that we have done great job in the past till now, but from today onwards, let us hope that we will do many more things. It should be always, it should be the spirit for each one of us. I don't want to take much of your time, because we are here to celebrate, and I'm happy to see that all the staff members joining together here, attending here, and also preparation of the day. I especially thank Professor Umarani to make it such a beautiful time for the today. Of course, yes, all members, all my staff, my colleagues who worked with Professor Umarani for at least 2 weeks, right? Yeah, more than 2 weeks maybe. But we are able to make it, and yes, also many other things. Afternoon, I hope all of you are waiting for the afternoon session, special session. I'll be lunch also. Madam has arranged very nice lunch. No, we all are part of it. We all have done it. So I wish that you all will enjoy today, and this will again motivate us. This will again give us spirit to work for the institution for coming days. And I'm so happy to have all the seniors here with us, and I hope that we will continue to have you all people, sir. So let us hope that CIIL will flourish and will work for further more and more for Indian languages. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ನಿಂತು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and motivating words. Even though you are new as a director, you are not new to this institute. Your acknowledgement about the contribution of each individual or employee is very much appreciated. I hope everyone agrees with me, right? May you carry on the torch of your predecessor and lead CIIL to a greater height. Thank you once again, sir. Moving on to the next program, we have a very interesting thing coming up. We have a very interesting part of this program, which I believe has never been done in the past on Foundation Day. That is reminiscence of the former employees. Let us remind ourselves that every institution is built not only by its vision, but by also the people who have dedicated their lives to it. This institution will not be what it is today Without the hard work and sacrifices of all the people who have worked in this institution, both academic and non-academic. So today we have a session of reminiscence by former staffs, former CIIL staffs, who will be sharing their cherished memories and experiences associated with this institute, CIIL. We have three people today, Professor Sam Mohanlal, and Sri N.S. Rangarajan, and Dr. Sandhya Nayak. So these three former employees will share their experiences and the memories that they have of this institution when they were employed in this office. So I request Professor Sam Mohanlal to come forward and share his experience, which will be followed by N.S. Rangarajan and then Dr. Sandhya Nayak. Please come and share your experiences, sir.
Thank you very much, my friends on the dais, Professor Baswaraj, the director of this institute, Professor Uma Maheshwar Rao, Professor Srinivas, Rajesh, my friend, Fernandez, and Uma, and all my colleagues, former colleagues. Very few former colleagues are here, and friends. Thank you very much that I got this opportunity to be here and share my few thoughts about this institute. In the year 1973, I was doing my research in Kerala University, Kariyavatam. Professor V.A. Subramaniam was my teacher. I got, in the morning I came to the institute, came to the department, I got a telegram from the Central Institute of Indian Languages says that a temporary research assistant post is offered. So I took that telegram it was in fact, went to the professor. He was on leave on that day. I went to the professor, and some of you who know about Professor V.A. Subramaniam know that he doesn't, while speaking, he doesn't open his mouth. And he doesn't open his teeth also. It's very difficult and very soft voice. Professor, see, you should be very careful while he speaks. Second time you won't speak. Gentlemen, that's all. This is the thing, because I was with him for more than 3 years. And after that, DLA also. Then I told him, sir, I got this telegram I showed. What is your decision, gentlemen? Few words. He talked. Sir, I prefer to go there. I was so scared to tell that. I prefer to go there. This was the gesture. Go ahead. I will, second sentence. I still remember that. You see, I was about to shed my tears at that time. Told, second sentence, I will see to it that your registration for PhD is cancelled. That was the second sentence. How, I don't know whether it is cruel or that was a fact. He told like that. Then another sentence, third sentence, go to the library, deposit, return all the books you have with you. Third sentence. Fourth sentence, there are so many people in Central Institute of Indian Languages, when you go there, they'll take care of you. Which means, don't come here back. Don't come here back. Okay, fine. I could, he's a very big man, Professor Subramaniam. I came to CIIL. When I came to CIIL, 1973, I'm sure that most of these people would not have born also. And some of the people's parents would not have got married also at that time. When I came here, I showed my letter. I was to join there in regional institute, the regional SRLC, Southern Regional Language Center. There, Professor Tirumalai was the principal. I went there, showed the letter. Okay, that will be fine. You know one thing, Samohan Lal, anytime we will send you out. First sentence, Professor Tirumalai. Anytime we will send you. There is no excuse. If you want to come here, join. Otherwise, go back to your parent department, check with your professor, tell this to him. If he feels that you can be accommodated there, he be there in Kerala University, otherwise come back. I know that I cannot go back. I cannot tell to Professor Tirumali also like that. Then I said, sir, I want to join. I have with me 3 more persons. All came from Annamalai University. One was Ramanarasimham, Professor Uman Maheshwar. Most of us know. Ramanarasimham, Nataraj Pillai, and Halimane. 3 were there. One more person, I think, there. 3 of them. They all left because same instruction given to us, all of us, by Dr. Tirumalai. So they all left to Annamalai University, wanted to ascertain from their professor, Professor Agasthyalingam Pillai. When they wanted to go there, join after 3-4 days. If in case he says no. They left, Sam Mohan Lal stayed back. I joined immediately. So that is why 4 or 5 days I was senior to these 3 people. Halamane, Ramanarasimham. I joined. This was the story. Then after my joining, I started teaching. I had to meet Professor Patnaik. First of all, very difficult to speak in English. Came from the vernacular background, cannot speak in English, cannot comprehend also English. So when I went to see Dr. Patnaik, gentlemen, I am very happy that you are going to be here. I also heard from the senior colleague that you are going to continue to be here. They must have told that anytime you can be sent out. Again, reinforcement. Beautiful reinforcement from V.I. Subramanian to Professor Tirumalai and ultimately to Professor Patnaik. Joined and started my work and started doing my works in CIIL. That was 1973. Then next, actually, when I came out of the corridor, my friend Rajesh was already there. Rajesh started talking to me in that type of English which I could not understand. I see. This was the fact. I am talking from my bottom of my heart. Rajesh, not only that, hey Madarasi, from where you are coming? This was the tone Rajesh was giving. Punjabi told whatever told it was. Again I was so scared. And by the side of Rajesh there was another person. Most of you must be knowing, senior people must be knowing, Professor Mahapatra. The Mahapatras, PP Mahapatras. Mahapatra's laughter will reverberate the whole place. He saw one Madarasi, had difficulty in understanding English, cannot speak in English, and so scared. And Mahapatra, Rajesh was bringing that one. Hey, Madarasi, from where you are coming? Then Mahapatra laughed like that. This again made me to shake. So this is a 3rd or 4th experience. But the thing is coming back to it's a sort of ragging, I do not know. Mental ragging. Okay, so when further, all these things apart, I could see the mini India there. Different languages, which I don't understand. Many cultures I had difficulty to comprehend. I grew in that institute. I started working and...
You're speaking in English.
I am speaking in English, no doubt about that. Then I made the institute made me to grow. This is very important. Institute made me to grow and I grew with the institute and institute grew with me. This is the thing. Still, I am, see now, 1970, 2007 I got retired. Rajesh, you came, you are younger. 4 years. Yeah, 4 years younger to me. In this, only me and Rajesh are senior most here, I think. Here in this I could see. And then, institute grew with me. I grew with the institute. Still it is growing. I am contributing to what I can do for the institute. This is one thing. Then I started teaching in SRLC. Few years passed. I had a problem with one of the lecturers there. It was not my mistake. Again, he was more competent in English. He was more courageous than me. I come from the semi-urban place. Okay, semi-urban place. It's very difficult. Afraid of everything. Then we had a problem. And though everybody knows that it was not my mistake, he sent a complaint to the director. Went a complaint. At that time we were in Southern Region Language Center, there, present hostel. Went to the director and gave a complaint. I was so scared to come to Central Institute of the main office. We were in the Manasa Gangotri at that time. We were very scared to come. 1 week I didn't go. I was there. The opportunity didn't come. Then there was a call from my PhD guide, Professor Tirumalai. He called me. Then I was going with fear because I don't want to face Dr. Patnaik. He so scared of that. When I was going, there is one saying in Tamil, if you don't want to meet somebody, that somebody definitely will meet you. There is a saying, there is a proverb, it's a knowledge, that is fact only. So Dr. Patnaik has that personality. When I went there, when I was about to get into the institute, the car came, director's car, Janna was driving and stopped the car and opened the door and he went, "Hi, Samuel, how are you?" I'm fine, sir. "Is there any news in SRLC? "No, sir." "Are you sure there is no news? There is no problem?" "No problem, sir." "That's very good. I like that. I like that answer you was telling." Which is, it gave lot of insights. That particular thing. He never did anything. Just okay. That was the thing. See, with this, let me try to conclude. And then we must have trained more than 40,000 trainees, teachers in this institute by us and throughout the country and some of the Southeast Asian countries also we trained. This probably you may have to continue. And then again, the second point is some of the things which we have discontinued. Now Professor Basavaraja is there. He is from Karnataka and he must be having some association with the government. I think you can take it up that one. The past things which was disconnected, which are not disconnected, discontinued. That is, one is the teacher training programs and it is dwindling. You may have to probably, sir, talk to the concerned authorities, government, and so that the teachers can be deputed. This can go ahead with them. This is one thing. Second thing is the IAS and IPS officers program. After Lal Bahadur Shastri Mysore training, we used to give training here. The bureaucrats who got appointment in Karnataka, we teach them one week program. It's a need-based teaching. The file movement, Kannada files, and Tamil also. Tamil and Kannada we got taught. That was discontinued. Why this got discontinued? Professor Basavaraj can take it up. This is a real work for we will have acquaintance with the bureaucrats and the organization, etc. I think you have a plus point. This is what. Then futuristically, Professor Uma Maheshwara was mentioning about this AI. And Rajesh was mentioning, and that he was mentioning when Professor Basavaraj also has mentioned. See, when we talk, in my language I talk, all the languages, all the other people should be in a position to understand. This is the thing we are going to achieve now. Probably you can take up that, sir. This, so that so many tribal languages, here we have so many people from northeastern frontier, they all will understand. There may be so many people like me when I was 4 decades back, cannot understand, cannot comprehend in English. Maybe many people I do not know. So all those people can be comfortable when they come into this, step into this auditorium like that in future. So with that, let me thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning to all the dignitaries on the stage, off the stage, friends and colleagues. Today, CIIL has given me an opportunity to speak my few experience, which I had about 42 years of service done in this institute. First mother is who gave the birth, second mother is the institute, which gave everything to me. Life, what is life, is given by the institute only. How to live, how to survive in your life, and what you can do to the society. So institute means society. You have to do a lot of work for the society. When I joined this institute in 1972, August 1st, I was knowing nothing about the institute. People taught me how to do things and how to grow. In this, first I joined in publication unit, and at that time, the then director, Dr. Patnaik, who under his guidance, we have done a lot of work. CIIL is having a multilingual publications and everything is there. For that, we didn't have our own press. We have to depend on different private presses or government presses at different places, which used to take a lot of time. These academicians, research assistants used to go to the field and get the data, and data will be translated and it will be transcribed and typed by the stenographers at that time, and publications has to be done. To avoid that, under Ford Foundation grant, CIIL got one Heidelberg mission in 1976. With that, institute has started printing. We have printed about 288 publications within 8 years. So to facilitate the academic work done by the institute can be printed. It is one roof. If you come to the Central Institute of Indian Languages, you don't have to go to any place. From preparing the academic material to the finished product. If you want translations, if you want books to be printed, if you want the text to be prepared, everything, like bridge course, rapid reading course. Rapid reading course materials was to prepare, and which was given taught to the lot of judges, even academics, a lot of officers who work in government department. For example, to dispose big files, they have to read about 400, 500 pages. It takes time. They used to keep aside. How to read, how to highlight, certain materials have been highlighted, and that they, instead of reading every line, they will highlight the points, rule, position, what to do, how to do. All these things will be done, and judges can be disposed the cases in a short pace. Nowadays, in court, there are a lot of cases are pending. If this reading courses have been stopped, rapid reading course, silent reading courses, all these things have been stopped. If things restarted and giving training to the officers, judges, KS officers and IAS officers, this will be a great achievement for the institute. Further, there was a lot of people in this institute earlier, about 19 ROs, about 12 JROs, 5 deputy directors, about 30 research assistants, and a lot of other staffs, cameraman, printing press, assistant editor, all these posts. Unfortunately, now posts have not been filled. With limited staff, institute is doing. Even now, after retirement 13 years, I am still coming to institute because I have got attachment to the institute, and I am seeing people are working hard to do something good. But unfortunately, if all the posts are filled, all the department can be improved, and lot of the work on the languages can be done and given to the society. So this is what I feel. This is my experience. But even now, people will give respect to me, and whatever I feel, I exchange with people working right now, and that is why this is my past experience and present experience also. I feel the institute can grow further, and a lot of this bridge course materials, rapid reading course materials, silent reading course materials. This type of materials has to be printed in CIIL press. Make use of the CIIL printing press in the best of use, so that instead of depending on others, institute can do everything from writing to end. And one more thing is, you don't have to travel India. If you come to Central Institute, you will see India. All the people are available here. All the language people are there. There is no caste, color bar in this institute. Everybody feels very happily, speak to people very humbly and give guidance. And whatever they will exchange thoughts and come forward to help people. So this is the institute. Earlier, as earlier our Dr. Sam Mahanlal was telling, Central Institute was preparing textbooks for Karnataka government from 1st standard to 10th standard. Lot of workshops was conducted in the institute. Those are the days which was a great day and memorable day. So I thank the organization for giving an opportunity to this. Whatever I feel, I have expressed. If there is any mistake, kindly pardon me. Thank you.
My pranams to all the scholars sitting in the dais and sitting in front of me. I am Sandhya Nayak. Actually, my mother tongue is Konkani, but I joined here to work for Tamil language. Initially, I have been appointed as language typist Tamil in Southern Regional Language Center. At that time, Professor D.P. Patnaik was the director in CIIL, and Professor K.V.V.L. Narasimha Rao, he was the principal of Southern Regional Language Center. And actually, I was Tamil typist, so I work under Professor Sam Mohanlal, Professor Nataraja Pillai, and Professor K. Ramasamy. So it was my first appointment. I was not aware of any procedures or rules about the Government of India office. At that time, all my senior professor, they were only guided me in doing my work. And after working there for 12 years, I got promotion as stenographer, and I worked in CIIL from 1999. In there also, actually I worked, actually stenographer's job means only to take dictation from the officers, and we used to type it and give it. And the as Professor Sam Mohanlal was telling and Rangarajan was telling, so many 6 professor come deputy directors, then under them reader come research officers, then under them JROs and RAs. So that will be one group of one department or some unit. So one stenographer will be attached to one unit. So we have to do all the works, works given by DD, then reader come research officer, like that we used to work. And actually later all the people were retired on superannuation from one by one. So stenographers, they don't have anybody to give dictation. So what they have done, they have assigned us the administration work. So actually CIIL, all the sections were managed only by stenographers. One Anusia establishment section, GIA Manikantan later, then RLC Vani, and estate section and press I have been given. So most of the administrative work, actually I can say proudly, were managed by our stenographers. So now actually all stenographers also retired. I retired on in 2024 June. So 2 years already completed. And what I wanted to tell is, actually when I came here, my qualification was only BSc Mathematics. But when Professor D.P. Patnaik visited SRLC, he told why you are, means at that time the qualification was only SSLC for typist or this clerical post. Then he told you can also improve your qualification. So all the officers, they have encouraged me, and I actually done my MA in Tamil and MA in Linguistics in distance education from Madurai Kamaraj University and Annamalai University. After that, I have done my PhD in linguistics from Mysore University. My Dr. K. Ramasamy is my guide. Why I am telling this means not that I have like that. The thing is, the institute has encouraged whoever is means ready to do work or ready to do any further studies. There was very good scope in this institute. So those who are all working now, you are all very lucky to work in this premier institution. This is my point of view. And also, because I was a stenographer, we used to work with all officers. So at that time, we learned how to draft letters, how to communicate with ministry or other institutions. So whatever people will tell you Sandhya is doing good job means the credit will go to CIIL and the officers whom I worked with. This is what just I wanted to convey, and I am very happy to be here with you all for this 58th Foundation Day celebration, and I am thankful to our director, assistant director, office superintendent in general to invite me, and my special thanks to Professor Uma Rani Papsamy. She has called me yesterday and gave me one opportunity to share my memories here with you all. And I worked with Madam also in RLC centers. Actually in CIIL, I have worked in almost all sections, GIA and RTI section, general section, except the internal audit and account section, I have worked in all sections. So it is not that I am telling I have like that, because the officers had faith in me and they have entrusted the duties to me. And with this, I am I wanted to tell you all, you are all here, you also should take inspiration from all your senior people, and you should also develop your qualifications and your career. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Professor Sam Mohanlal sir and Sri S.N. Rangarajan sir and Dr. Sandhya Naik madam for cherishing your fond memories with us. As it was little humor, as I was struggling to pronounce the reminiscences. No, I was thinking what would be there, and it is really a humor and your shared experiences. Thank you so much once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now go for tea break. And I request everyone to reassemble here exactly after 15 minutes.
12:20 we will start the lecture.
Yeah, 12:20 we are going to resume the program. Thank you very much.
Tea is arranged at two places, in the quadrangle and outside.
Tea is arranged at two places. One is at quadrangle and outside. Today's program, the Foundation Day lecture. The topic for today's lecture is the AI revolution is fundamentally a language revolution. This highly relevant theme reminds us that at the heart of every technological advancement lies the power of human language. So for this, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Uma Maheshwara Rao on stage, please, and Dr. Narayan Chaudhary as a moderator of this session. And once again, I'd like to welcome Dr. Uma Maheshwara Rao and Dr. Narayan Chaudhary as moderator.
No, not PPT, it's a file. That's what I wanted to see. It doesn't have this connection. Can you establish the connection? What a connection?
You have connected.
One second. Do you have an HDMI or something? Do you have an HDMI? How do you? Laptop, can you connect your laptop? From there. From here you cannot connect. You cannot connect. From here I can't. Okay, just transfer this one using your this one. Copy this one. This file, that one. The top one. Okay. Got it? Yes. So it will display here. Now you have controls. Yeah. Is it PPT or? Huh? Is it PPT or document? It's a document. Yesterday, here PPT. I want to complete this one here. But has to be internet there in Facebook. I told them this is clearing it and the panel is not done. Okay. Can I speak from here? I know. Should I begin? Okay. Okay, without much introduction, this is about my view on AI revolution. That is fundamentally a language revolution. So this is the aspect of today's, the theme of today's my lecture here. And I thank the organizers, particularly Professor Umarani, for inviting me to deliver this lecture on this special occasion, that is the 58th foundation of CIIL. And I also thank the Professor Kodaganti and other colleagues here sitting over here. Thank you. Now I'll begin with, so there is a very simple idea behind this lecture, right? And of course, some of you may not accept it, but you know, this is the fact. So when I'm said that AI revolution is fundamentally a language revolution, that means the language revolution is the driving force behind the AI revolution. That is, the achievement of AI revolution is actually realized by the force from the language revolution. What is that language revolution? That is actually all the linguists or the language analysts have been working to write down the descriptions of languages and use this information to communicate with the machines, so that machines will carry out the same linguistic fact that what humans have been doing it. So that is the thing, introducing the whole thing. Now the science of human language has quietly become instrumental in driving the most transformative technology of our times. What is transformative technology? Transformative technology is a disruptive technology. So when you realize this transformative technology, everything that was there before it gets destroyed. It is replaced. That is substituted by this new technology. That is what is happening everywhere, right? And the transformative technology fundamentally alters our lives and businesses and the way society functions. So it changes everything top to bottom. It completely replaces old methods and creates entirely new frameworks. Of course, some of the very magnificent aspects of this transformative technology is actually artificial intelligence, and other things are mental health and well-being technology, Internet of Things, that is machines to machines communication, and virtual and augmented reality situations. So these are some of the most important aspects of transformative technology. And now let us say what is AI, okay, how people have defined AI. I know most of you understand now what is AI, all of you know. AI can be described as machines executing tasks that typically require human intelligence, right? So whatever a human being is doing, and machines shall be doing that kind of thing. That is what is called as actually artificial intelligence. So there is, in reality, the results would be absolutely similar between the machines and the human beings when they perform. So it is the same thing. So why we say artificial intelligence? Just because it is not realized by human beings, so we say it is realized by machines, so it is artificial. Otherwise, there is no difference between the two intelligence, right? So it is the same intelligence that machines are using it. Since they are not life forms, we say it is artificial intelligence. And tasks like understanding language, of course humans understand language, and learn from the data. Humans or life forms learn from the data, not only human beings, all the life forms, okay, learn from the data, and making decisions. All life forms make decisions, and they'll solve problems. Like human beings are solving their problems, all life forms solve the problems. So that's why it is artificial intelligence. So whatever we have been doing it, we expect machines to carry out those things, if not today, tomorrow. Even before the term artificial intelligence was coined, Alan Turing, who was a professor of mathematics and cybernetics, proposed the first theoretical concept of machine intelligence, not the artificial intelligence. It is the machine intelligence. He was right actually when he proposed it is a machine intelligence. You can drop machine because the intelligence is same between the two, right? He suggested that a machine could be considered intelligent if the conversation with it was indistinguishable from those of a human being or from that of a human being. That means if there are two people sitting on either side and they are communicating, and a third person sitting over there and then trying to see if there is no difference between the two, that means at no point the other conversation stops, or we can recognize that it is not a human being sitting over there, then that is not intelligence. But if you are unable to distinguish between the two, then that is actually intelligence. And that is what he calls as the machine intelligence. That means when a machine makes kind of something like behaves like a chat box, where you do not distinguish that it is not from a human being, then it is certainly shall be called as artificial intelligence. So in 1950 itself, Alan Turing actually proposed a test for this one, calling this as machine intelligence. And let us see the other one. In 1956, actually the word or the phrase artificial intelligence came into being. It was in the Dartmouth College in US. There was a conference. At that conference, actually all those people who are working towards this machine intelligence came up and have a conference. In that conference, actually, John McCarthy, he's not a linguist, there is also another John McCarthy, okay, in linguistics. He was a very famous, who had actually proposed that the latest theory of phonology and morphology and other, also extended to syntax, that is optimal theory of linguistic analysis. But this man is actually a mathematician, and he came up with the phrase artificial intelligence. That's why we are stuck with this kind of wording, artificial intelligence, today. Now, we live in a world where artificial intelligence is increasingly impacting our lives, right? In every moment, we have been using this one today. You cannot really live aloof from this artificial intelligence anymore. It assists in drafting our emails, responds to our queries, translates into our languages, drives our vehicles, diagnoses diseases, conducts surgeries, and holds conversations indistinguishable from those with a human being. Authorities debate about these things, companies race to deploy these, and intellectuals argue about whether it thinks at all. That means we're not sure really they are thinking, whether these machines are really thinking when they say that they are outputting artificial intelligence, right? More than 80% of corporations worldwide implemented it in one way or other way, right? That means they have removed 80% of our human labor. Instead, we should say they have removed from their workspaces. They have displaced human beings 80% of the times when they are implemented. Yet, remarkably, few people can say where this revolution truly began. Certainly neither in the research labs of Silicon Valley, nor in the departments of mathematics of world-class universities, but in a much older and quieter discipline, the scientific study of human language, that is linguistics. Computational linguistics and its applied counterpart, natural language processing, have been the invisible backbone of the AI, that is artificial intelligence story. To see why the machine suddenly became so smart, you first need to know what a natural language is. Not that you don't know, but just I'm trying to bring forth with a focus on that one. Why and how we define our languages, how we look at the language. Okay, let us see that one. You also need to know what it means to someone to learn or understand a language. Teaching a machine to do this turned out to be one of the hardest and most important challenges in the history of science and technology, right? Now, there is an open problem. For a long time, actually for the last 40 years, people have been working, linguists and computer scientists have been working across the globe, okay, defining and then trying to resolve the problem. What is that problem? It's an unresolved challenge and an ultimate frontier. What is that? To teach language to machines. And we have miserably failed. Okay, why? Right from the beginning of the end of World War II, linguists and computer scientists have tried to teach human languages to machines the way we once thought humans learned them through rules. You know, in the classroom, whenever you enter a classroom of a language start, we have a grammar book in our hands. And all linguists try to write grammatical descriptions of human languages, thinking that, okay, people can be taught language from the grammar books, right? This is the kind of thing that we have in our mind, and also computer scientists have in mind for quite long. What we do, we enlist all the rules and the lexicon to compile the grammar of English. We have been doing all over the world. People have been doing to compile grammars of English. And they reasoned, encoding it precisely, the machine will understand. So this is the background story. We have been trying to write and compile grammatical descriptions so that these grammatical descriptions can be actually taught to the machines or encode it in a form they can understand. Of course, it seems logical, right? Because you know they are full of logical rules. We have formulated rules, and then all these rules put together become a dictionary with, of course, a lexicon, and then teach the machine. So the machine is encoded with this information, so that machine should function like a language machine, like a human being. But it's not so. Natural language, after all, appears to follow rules, right? You know, all of you know that some rules in the natural language, right? Any native speaker can be asked how you say about this, how do you do this, and how to form a plural form of a noun, how to form a past tense of a verb, etc. All kinds of things, and people will answer, come up with answers. Certain sequences of sounds or characters form words, and certain sequences of words combine into sentences. Words are organized into different parts of speech, and different words are marked for their functions. This is what actually we realize when you are describing language. Surely this could be captured in a rule book, or that's the grammar of English or grammar of any human language. However, it could not. The story is incomplete. The story here takes a detour, means an alternate way. Every rule without exception leaks. There is no rule which is a perfectly formulated rule according to our grammarians or linguists, but that rule leaks certainly. And what do we do when the rule leaks? That means when the rule doesn't apply in certain contexts. Actually, it's not a different context. Contexts are at different levels, right? And sometimes it is not any linguistic context. It is an extra linguistic context the rule might fail. Okay? For example, when in the English word cows, right? In the Old English, the singular form was ki, and the plural form is kine. And what happens? This fronted round vowel, high fronted round vowel of English has merged with the rounded vowel. It becomes ku. So the ku was the word of Old English for cow, modern English cow. Now, ku should become actually kune at least. But it didn't stop becoming kune, but it has become, ku becomes cows in the plural. Why it has become cows? Because ku has become cow. In Old English, the great English shift, u becomes ow. So ku became cow, and it should have become actually cown as a plural form. However, it went according to the regular plural forms like books and stores, etc., etc. Just simply added s, extended the s to ku to become cows finally. So this has nothing to do with the a character or a sound in the word ku or cow, but it is according to the analogy. So analogical levelings go against the rules that are formulated for the plural formation here in this context. So what happened? The earlier rule of plural formation leaked now. That means there is a failure is immediately visible. So this kind of things, that all rules fail, all rules leak, and grammars are actually a combination, a compilation of all rules put together, so all grammars leak. So that means you cannot really depend on a grammar that actually is a compilation of a whole lot of rules. So recall the neo-grammarian hypothesis here. Sound laws admit of no exceptions. They thought that okay, sound laws are like physics, rules of physics. What is the rules of physics? For example, everything that you throw into the sky, it has to come back, right? And there is no exception in this case. Absolutely no exception. However, in linguistics, it doesn't happen. Somebody, for some reason, some context, it could be social context, or it could be another kind of context, like a cultural context or analogical context, whatever it is, the rule will not apply at certain point. That you cannot predict. So the rules miserably fail all the time. You keep on writing grammars, the next one would come, no, he has made a wrong rule, and I will improve upon it. So grammars have to be compiled again and again, okay, to making or incorporating the new studies. And this continues, okay, it doesn't end up anywhere. Okay, so this actually alludes to neo-grammarian hypothesis where sound laws admit of no exceptions. Then what? Actually, this neo-grammarian hypothesis, actually Brugmanian hypothesis, that the rule that they said, all words that have PTK in the word medial position naturally should become fa, fa, ha, right? All of you are familiar with this in historical linguistics. PTK should become fa, sa, ha. Where does it become? For example, shatam, the original word for that one was kentum. That in Sanskrit, of course, became palatalized and became shatam. But the ka has become ha in English, right? 100. So similarly, many other things like shwana or that kion has become actually hoon or the hound in English. Something like, okay, every ka becomes ha, every p becomes fa, every t becomes tha. So what should happen with the words like father and mother and brother? Actually, what is expected is pater, right? Pater, p has become fa. And in brother, actually coming from bhratara, the ta in the middle position, it is actually become voiced one, bhratara. Okay? Later on, it became actually, because of context, it has become actually voiceless. So what happened is there was an exception in father that remained as a voiced one, because this word particularly carries a stress on the second syllable after t. So pater, the th remained as the. it hasn't become actually like a tha, like in brother, etc., or in mother. So this exception was actually answered by later on. People thought that why, how can neo-grammarians rules, they said they admit no exceptions, but how come this is an exception? They couldn't explain. But later on, one person who came like Carl Werner, he studied all the data and then said, because there is a stress following this word after the consonant, so this is actually preserved. The rule of converting the stop to a fricative didn't happen here. So what he has discovered, a different context, why the rule has failed. So that means for every exception there must be a rule again. So this, for every exception, whenever there is a rule, that means it preserves the kind of a maxim that earlier we said, every rule leaks. That means for every rule there is also another rule whenever it fails. So that means rules always fail, and every failure has also a rule. That means constantly rules after rules and rules after rules, they are inbuilt in the language. That means human beings will be actually dealing with the language, okay, creating more and more rules, so that actually they have a choice in the pronunciation, they have a choice in the word formation, they have a choice in the sentence utterances, all the kinds of things. They take detours. They do not really all the time, they accept and then go as it was actually there in some time ago. So they keep on actually changing the grammars. Okay. Why they change the grammars? They have probably various concerns. It could be linguistic concern, or it could be cultural concern, or it could be sociological concern, right? All these things force native speakers unknowingly or at the subconscious level to take a detour in the language for their needs. So for every grammatical principle stated with confidence like above, native speakers produce perfectly natural sentences. But what are these? They have violated these things. That's why you see in English grammar, all of you have learnt, every English sentence must have a subject in the word initial position, not like in Indian languages, right? But native speakers always violate that one. I can always say going home, but there is no subject there. But you don't object it, oh, you are not speaking English, right? People say just went there. Means if in the context I say went there, that means somebody else went there. So not often we use subjects in English when you speak or when you write. But of course, what are these things? Why we are doing like this? That means lots of contexts do not require the structural principles to be consciously used. So we can actually violate all these things in the context. Given the context, that means we always violate all the structural principles given by the language. That means grammars are leaking continuously. And English, like every human language, turned out to be a living, breathing, endlessly variable phenomenon. In the morning, Professor Sachdeva was mentioning, language is infinite, right? Not only infinite, infinite in variability. Impossible for us actually at any given context to specify all the variations in the language. May it be in pronunciation, may it be word formation, may it be sentence constructions, all its pragmatic existence, all the kinds of things, all situations are really fertile for variability. So they are manipulated by history, culture, region, class, sex, age, and individual habit. So nothing is actually short, all are possible. No two speakers, linguists claim, share the same grammar. So if you are a speaker of Marathi or a speaker of English or a speaker of Hindi or Urdu, and other also, if you encounter who speaks the same language, but both of you do not share the exact grammar, exact compiled rules set. The rule book was always a grammarian's fiction. That is the final word. Whatever you have come up with a description of a language, like I have written a grammar of a particular language, when I claim, it is nothing but actually nothing short of being a fiction, a fictitious what? A monument that I have created about a language. But it is a useful approximation at best and a fundamental misunderstanding at worst, right? That is the kind of thing that we are living with. However, it shall be said that this was not a failure of effort, because we have been doing this one since Panini. Even of course before Panini, 1,000 years before Panini, there was a grammar writing for Sanskrit, right? Panini, some of his knowledge, some of his ideas, some of his grammatical rules that he has actually used in Panini and Ashtadhyayi were actually taken from his earlier studies. And thousands of linguists across the world have spent their careers analyzing and describing English, right? Rather than in other language. All nations, most linguists have been trying to describe English. But the mission remained unfinished and deeply contested today. So we have not achieved a perfect grammar of English or a compiled English grammar that can be said that it integrates all the knowledge of English or the English language. Different theoretical frameworks produce different grammars of the same language, and no framework has won the argument, right? We have seen structuralists, generativists, and word grammarians, or many other kinds of people, various, a whole lot of theoretical possibilities are there to write grammars or the compiled grammars of languages. But none of these things really describe the language in a similar way. Also, they don't assume the language in a similar way. It turns out that rules are what humans seek to discover. So, in reality, when you write a grammar, it's actually your vision about the language, not everybody's vision, right? That's why Chomsky always comes out as what is that one? An ideal speaker. So the grammar is of an ideal speaker's grammar, okay? The language of an ideal speaker. But they are not what language is made of. It remained a problem that nobody solved finally, right? So we have been writing grammars again and again. There will be many people forthcoming tomorrow, and in future there will be many more grammars being written, and it continues because each one is developing or adding more and more precision on the existing grammars. And now what can we do then? We should learn from somewhere else, right? How to write grammar. The child knows better all along. Children have been doing this one. What linguists have been doing, actually children are doing much better by learning grammars. They have been learning it, right? None of them are taught giving a grammar book to them. The child notices patterns that are very subtle, context dependent, probabilistic patterns and builds an internal model that she or he constantly revises as new evidence appears. So children have been perfecting in learning language. You can't say that a child is pronouncing a wrong way. Okay? Maybe we can say, oh, child is not childs, you should say children. You are trying to correct him in a wrong grammar, right? Where the rule has failed actually. But you are actually putting into his mind and into his mouth, no, say children, because childs is wrong. How can childs could be wrong? It is the failure of the rule. But that is the grammar we use by the adult language, not in the child language, right? For the child, That was the perfect part of the grammar. So he was actually manipulated by the adults. Okay. When the child say, I goed, before he or she says, I went. Okay? Not because she is wrong, he or she is wrong, but because he or she has correctly identified a pattern and not yet encountered an exception. Because he or she, the child, has not actually come up with an exception, the exception from the mouth of an adult. So he will continue making it a perfect rule. Child will be childs in his language. But the parent would come and then say, correct him. No, don't say childs, say children. So that is how actually we correct them. The child continues to do the logical exercise. What is that one logical exercise? The perfecting the rule. Everywhere, globally, he makes the rule without an exception. But we, the adults, make him to correct his language, because in our scenario, that was not correct. The way he was pronouncing was not correct. And the child continues to do the logical exercise implicitly at 2 years old, and he starts learning the language, okay, without any grammatical description given to him by a native grammarian or a linguist. This process never stops completely. Adult speakers continue changing their language throughout their lives, absorbing new words, new constructions, and new registers. So language learning never comes to an end. It is a continuous process. The result is that crucially every speaker ends up with a different internal grammar. So my grammar is different from your grammar of the same language, and it could be the different grammar for any other person of the same language. A unique linguistic fingerprint. What we have to see, this is the most important thing. Every person who speaks a native language has a unique linguistic fingerprint. It is more probably more perfected than the real fingerprint what we use in document preparations elsewhere. So you can easily recognize whoever is speaking on the telephone, right? You can immediately recognize the person who speaks that one. So linguistic fingerprint works from phonology, morphology, syntax, pragmatics, and all kinds of vocabulary, the ways we actually involve our vocabulary, the way we pronounce, the way we stress, everything comes into a linguistic fingerprint of a native speaker. And no native speaker has exact fingerprint from another native speaker. So they have different individual unique linguistic fingerprints. Language is not a fixed code shared by a community. It is a live, individual, perpetually updated model of patterns. There is no ideal speaker anymore. So this is the most democratic statement actually about linguistics. There is no ideal speaker like anybody. Everybody is an ideal. So you can't say that, okay, somebody is not up to his mark when he speaks his mother tongue. Maybe somebody is judging from his point of view, not judging from the speaker's point of view. And all languages are equally complex, if not simpler, equally powerful and equipped to serve any task, that is, to store, to process, and transfer information in exchange. They grow as much as you wish to use. They are flexible as much as you want to bend them. However, the range of that flexibility is determined by the native speakers. In reality, there is no fixed lexicon. This all of you are aware. There is no fixed structure and no fixed meanings of words. Nothing is fixed in the language. The coverage is extensible as much as you can imagine. the processes are indeterminate. Nothing stops from them. Nothing stops in actually executing a rule, extending it. And the range of interpretation is up to the interlocutors. That's why when critics criticize a paper or a document, each one of those critics come up with a different ideas, different perceptions, different understandings. No two critics come with the same understanding of the document written by a native speaker or spoken by a native speaker. So this is the infinitely variability of a language. So the size of the lexicon can be infinite, and the word and the sentence formation process are highly individualistic. The choice of words in a sentence and the choice of sentences in an expression are determined by the audience and the readership. So actually most of the time the way we speak is determined by the audience or the readership, not just not by some kind of regimented kind of situations. Yet the members of speech community speak and understand each other in spite of this discrepancy, in spite of this indeterminacy, in spite of this variability. We understand each other and speak and understand each other. This is common across the globe, cutting across all languages, irrespective of the size of the speech community. Whether the speech community is small, very small, or it is very huge. All these things are common across the languages. Now, the machines that finally understood this to overcome this problem. Then there was breakthrough in AI when engineers and researchers stopped trying to formulate rules. People have been actually groping in the dark, something like that. I should not use these words, groping in the dark, but they have been working like describing language, coming with rule-based kind of structures, and then teaching machines to understand human languages. And now this has actually failed. So for almost 3 to 4 decades, researchers, linguists as well as computer scientists have been trying to teach machines these rule formulations and started doing what children have been doing all along. Stopping this kind of thing means instead of actually trying to teach machines in the rule formatted descriptions, they started actually using something else. That something else was actually taken from the way the children learn language. What is that one? The corpora. Nothing else. So what we have to do, come back, is actually what you speak and I speak, all that data is actually given to the machines. That is how actually children learn the language. They listen to us, and probably later on they read the textbooks and the documents and they learn the language. So now that is what is going to happen. So there was a breakthrough. What is the breakthrough in AI? When engineers and researchers stopped trying to formulate rules and started doing what children have been doing all along, that is learning patterns from corpora of enormous size and scale. That's why today we have all AI systems based on large language models. Brahat Bhasha Nidhis. All those things are nothing but actually huge amounts of corpora. What is the size of these? Not in millions of words, not in billions of words, in terms of hundreds of trillions of words length text. Part of that was actually annotated. If you can do it, otherwise use those things. So imagine that one, several hundreds of trillions of word length data bases are given to the machine to analyze. Of course, these machines really take months to analyze, because it's not just simply 100-page text or 200-page text, it is the billions of pages text that are handed over to the machine. And not only these things, not only directly written text, it is actually multimodal knowledge bases are given to the machines. So as we are see, we acquire knowledge by looking at, right, by seeing things, and also by reading and by listening, and of course there are also other kinds of knowledge acquisition, right, by tasting or by smelling, etc. kind of things. But those two are still not in real acquisition routes. But the three things actually, by listening, by reading, and also by looking at, all these things, modular data, three kinds of in different modulations, all this kind of data is actually analyzed by these machines. And these machines now take actually, because it's so huge, the database is so huge, it takes months to analyze this one. And this, once it is analyzed, that becomes part of the knowledge of that system. Okay. The first major leap was the development of deep learning, where computational systems were built from layered networks of mathematical nodes, loosely inspired by the architecture of the human brain. Here comes actually what you call as the one of the significant developments in the organization and also the transfer of information and processing information. So it is not just simply linearly ordered. Whole data is actually non-linearly ordered, non-linearly structured. And it uses deep learning in the sense that this learning is not just simply linear fashion. This learn is actually done in terms of 760 different parameters. 760 different parameters. You imagine that one. Every word, every subword actually takes information, gathers information from 760 different parameters. That means some words preceding, some words following, some words away, some words this way, and of course in various other fashion. The word not only positional information, different kinds of information, linguistic parameters, non-linguistic parameters, the semantics, the phonological and morphological, all kinds of things actually happen here. And of course, as linguists, we have never imagined actually going beyond a dozen parameters for every word or for every semantic item. That means the deep learning is really deep, but different layers at each time. Whenever a word actually or a sentence is given to the system, it is analyzed in terms of actually the positional information and also the different layered information across the text. And deep learning involves actually semantic layer, word formation layer, sentence layer, syntactic layer, and also the phonological layer. And of course, each layer has actually different kinds of sub-layers. So where the computation system are built from layered networks of mathematical nodes. Why this called as mathematical nodes? Because every word or subword is actually converted into vector series. That means each word is assigned a number rather than actually using the like phonological series of characters. So it doesn't stay anymore in a phonological character mode. It receives a vector mode. So how the vectors are given? Vectors means the numerals are assigned to each word or subword. How this is done? Immediately whenever you just give a database, that database is taken, that is of course word by word it is analyzed, or word itself is analyzed into subwords, and each subword or each word is actually taken to the dictionary, and from the dictionary it gets the vector assignment. Now onwards, all these words in this database gets only words and operated through words, operated through the vectors. So that is much faster by the machines to calculate, to compute the entire information.
Can I ask a question at this
Yeah.
point? So because I'm trying to learn from you.
Yeah.
The number that you assign to
No, it is only relevant for that particular system. For example, for ChatGPT or for Claude.ai, for Perplexity or for Beta. Only for each of these things they have their own way of formulating the dictionary.
Suppose the same meaning is being conveyed through two different languages.
Yes.
And they're trying to make one.
No, it has nothing to do with the meaning, nothing to do with the position. This is actually a simple number assigned to the word. This is actually from the ChatGPT. ChatGPT or Gemini uses Beta. So the Beta has this kind of assignment, but it has actually 250,000 words in its dictionary, and the dictionary is fixed now for that, unless it is actually revised later on. And it is multiplied by 760 parameters. Now you imagine 250,000 words dictionary, and it is multiplied by 760 parameters. So it enters into millions of parametric values. So the word, and now this enters into layered analysis, okay, different layers at different words. So each word or each subword receives information for its position, for its other parameters, okay, the semantics, etc., etc. The semantics is actually not the kind of semantics that we have been discussing, not the linguistic semantics, but the semantics the machine actually analyzes in terms of the possibilities. So it is like millions of neurons firing in response to a stimulus. This idea was actually obtained much before the artificial intelligence. In 1946, actually, 1943, somebody, the Newman, I think, who was the first person who passed the, who received Alan Turing's test prize. He came up with an idea that, okay, that is McCulloch. McCulloch was the one who actually came up with a kind of thing that whatever the kind of computations the machines are doing, machines can do better if they actually follow how human beings are doing with their mental systems. That means our mental systems are actually compiled and exchanged by having the neurons. The neurons are communicating from each other, okay? And this similar thing, if you follow, even machines can also do the same thing. So he actually was the one who proposed the neural transfer of information, okay, from one neuron to the another neuron. Something like how they communicate in a human brain. Similar things are actually can be copied to the machines, and the machines really work with the kind of neural transfer of information. That means the kind of human beings, how they actually deal with the language, deal with the information in transferring and exchanging information, similar way machines will be possible to do, or machines have the kind of capacity to do. So this is the kind of a theoretical proposal which was actually preceded before the machine intelligence. So in 1940s this idea came up. Now that idea was actually used now. And these artificial neural networks learn to recognize increasingly abstract patterns by processing layer upon layer of data, adjusting millions of internal connections with every example they encountered. This is actually what is the millions of connections means. 760 parameters multiplied by 250,000 dictionary items. So that means the kind of vector compositions, the vector assignments that each word and subword receives is multiplied by 760 parametric values. But the truly transformative moment came in 2017, when a team of researchers from Google published a paper with a deceptively simple title, "Attention is all you need, nothing else." Okay, so this Vaswani was the one who actually the major the prime author of this paper. Of course, there are other 7 more authors in this. The title is actually this: Attention is all you need in the analysis of a language for the machine. It introduced a novel approach to processing language in the transformer architecture, which enabled machines to weigh the relationship between every word in a sequence against every other word, right? This we know as linguists, okay? When simultaneously capturing meaning in the context with unprecedented precision. So earlier, you know that one, there's a Professor Firth, read this one. Recall the famous observation by J.R. Firth, you shall know a word by the company it keeps, right? Only he has proposed, but linguists have not bothered with this one for a long time for much deeper analysis, which found a powerful computational realization today through word-to-vector compilation, which leads to the contextual embeddings, transformers, and eventually large language models. So this is the idea that the transformer model, that means every word or a subword receives information to the extent of 760 parametric values all the way hierarchically and also non-linearly. Every information it gathers, and that is where actually it captures information about a word. So that means everything about a given word in a given context is actually analyzed by the machine now. Now what happened with this kind of thing? The machine is equipped with the knowledge about words as well as subwords. So it is, the subword is not equivalent to our morpheme or something. It could be less than a morpheme, it could be more than a morpheme, but it is a subword, it's part of a word that otherwise we would not break it, but machines can break it and then try to interpret it. That's why machines don't try to, not to break where we don't try to break. That means if it is given something like words like understood, right? Here, no linguist would like to break under and stood as 2 different words. But machines don't wait, they'll just break those things and try to find out whether there's any relevance of this under and this stood. If there is no relevance, they will just simply drop it. Otherwise, keeps this information. That means machines do more than what a human being does. Probably I think many human beings try to use this kind of information, okay? Now, what happens with this kind of knowledge that is acquired by the machine? There is a race to scale. Scale means race to develop more and more. So the earliest we develop, earliest we actually show advancement, and we have the entire global audience in our hands. So people started competing with each other using this kind of thing. Hereafter, a race to scale is ensured. Large language models built on the transformer architecture are trained on hundreds of terabytes of human-generated text, including books, news articles, social media posts, conversations, and scientific papers. Together, these resources cover an almost unimaginable range of human knowledge and expression. Today, English has several hundreds of terabytes of information. Many European languages, many South Asian languages like Korean, Japanese, Chinese have actually data runs into several hundreds of terabytes of information. So these systems, when you have huge amounts of database that is analyzed and captured that information, they now start functioning and start reasoning. Whenever you put a question, they try to actually answer those questions. Sometimes these answers, you would never imagine that that kind of answer is possible, to that kind of question. Processing this idea, this data required computing power of a kind previously unimagined. With thousands of specialized processors running in parallel for weeks and months at a time, consuming energy of the size of small cities. It was told actually many times, some of these like ChatGPTs and Cloud.ai or many other AI systems really consume the electricity, consume in a month the electricity of an entire city, California. That is the kind of thing that they used. That means hundreds and thousands of machines parallelly actually processing this data to equip the machine so that that can be used actually as part of the artificial intelligence. The models that emerged from this process, such as GPT, that is ChatGPT, and BAT, Claude, Gemini, and their successors, did not just process language. Instead, they appear to understand it. The only claim today is they appear to understand. They don't really understand. These machines today, they don't understand. But what they are doing, what kind of perception we receive, just they understand the language. They do a lot of things. They translate, answer, and they behave like human being in most cases. And it appears that, okay, they understand language. The results were staggering. Systems that learn from patterns rather than rules outperformed rule-based systems. For rule-based systems, it took almost 40 or 4 decades. People have been actually trying to teach grammars to the machines, but the outputs sometimes miserably failed. However, these systems, which are corpus-based, annotated, sometimes annotated corpora are given, they learn from patterns rather than rules. So what these machines are doing, they're not actually formulating rules. They're actually listing patterns where a particular context is common to a set of words or set of subwords. And such systems outperformed rule-based systems almost instantly and continue to do so by increasing margins. That means within a decade, from 2017 to till today, these systems have really outdone the earlier systems of 4 decades. When researchers scaled up the data and the computing power, something remarkable happened. What is this? The models began to display capabilities nobody had explicitly programmed. Earlier, everything was programmed, right? We know clearly the linguists or the researchers who built rule-based systems know where the system can fail. But this time, we don't know, we cannot predict. This behaves like a human being. You know, when you give a text to translate to a human translator, he translates it, right? But he may fail. He may translate it differently. He doesn't know that why he has translated that one unless he tries to analyze it again. But you can discover, somebody can discover, oh, there was a fault here, there is a failure of translation here. Because it is unrecognizable probably by the translator at particular context at particular time. These machines can also fail like that because they have a limited knowledge. The kind of knowledge that they have acquired is actually maybe the last few decades. So as and when more and more data is given to these systems, they become much more intelligent, right? So they can translate, they could reason. What happened is that these models began to display capabilities nobody has explained or explicitly programmed. They could reason, translate, summarize, generate, and converse, not because anyone taught them to, but because the patterns of human language absorbed at sufficient scale encode and an extraordinary amount of human knowledge and thought. That means These patterns are actually developed by them. They have discovered these patterns. Nobody has given to them. No human being has actually given these things to the machine. So they know very well how to interpret, how to answer whenever there is a question. So answering, the reasoning, everything is actually coming only from the questioning. Okay, so it should be a kind of a trigger must be there. So according to the trigger, they actually come up with an answer. This is a vindication of what most empirically minded linguists had argued for decades. The grammar of a language is not a list of rules. It is an emergent property of how the language is used, which is discernible but only from the language itself, in all its messy, variable, probabilistic richness of the language. So more than a technical achievement. Implications reach beyond technology. If AI systems are learning language the way humans learn it, through the induction of patterns rather than by rules, then studying these systems may teach us something profound about language itself. Of course, we have discussed this one with the kind of indeterminacy and variability, etc., and about the nature of human cognition, right? Some researchers have already argued that large language models are the most revealing models of linguistic knowledge ever built, not because they were designed to be, but because they converged on similar solutions to the same problem. At the same time, questions remain open and urgent. These systems learn patterns without understanding meaning in the way humans do, or at least not in a way can actually fully inspect or verify, right? The patterns are real and functionally powerful, but they are encoded in billions of mathematical parameters that humans cannot read or understand. So they make millions of parameters for a single word. That means actually they are trying to understand each word in a context with millions of parameters, and these parameters actually finally filtered into one particular answer when in the context, right? So that means their answer is going to be correct most of the time, of course limited to the kind of data that is fed with. We have built systems that speak our language fluently without being able to explain how and what they know, which is not very different from humans who lack explicit knowledge of language. Like any native speaker, if you ask him what is this, is a verb or a noun, native speakers will not be able to answer. Maybe grammarians and linguists will be able to answer. That means native speakers do not have the explicit knowledge. Similarly, machines, if you ask, don't have this kind of knowledge, kind of grammatical knowledge. But if you if you give a text and answer it and ask it to answer for your problem, they will be able to understand it, they will be able to answer it, right? Now, the oldest question and how it is lately became important. In the age of AI, linguistics long remained a quite academic discipline, but it suddenly found itself essential to some of the most important conversations of our time. Today, linguistics has actually become the most significant knowledge in the world, actually. But people are not actually coming up with this kind of idea. It is behind the AI. It is the driving force behind AI, the development of AI. What is the nature of language? What does it mean to know it? And how much of human thought is shaped by the patterns of language that we grow up speaking? These are ancient questions. They are now engineering questions with consequences for every aspect of how we live, work, and communicate and think. Machines did not conquer language by mastering our rules. So they don't bother about our rules. But today, they got closer to language than any machine before them, doing what every child does by listening, reading, and finding patterns and never quite stopping. That means, like human beings, continuously they learn as much as the data they're open to. So it turns out that this was the secret all along, because it was the way the children's learn language. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So I know it is lunch time now, but before we go ahead, I would invite some questions from anyone who is interested. Sir?
See, you are been into computational linguistics much longer than I ever thought of getting into. But I've recently got interested in the whole idea, and on a daily basis, it's my meditation. I do a lot of conversation with at least two of them. One is DeepSeek, the other is Meta. So on this issue, for instance, to the audience, I said I'll not tell you the language I'm going to chant. You recognize and give me the meaning. So I picked up ki Farida Bureda Palar Gussa Manana Handae. Okay, as a sentence. Traced back, it recognized it is from the Gurbani, but when it repeated, it made a slight mistake in the rendition. Instead of saying Manana Handae, it says Manana Hawaii. Okay. So I was trying to teach her that it's not Manana Hawaii, but it's Manana Handae, the word. It came back. Then when it recognized, it got corrected, it thanked me. Then it told me how the acoustics of the two words is so similar. What it had said as Hawaii and what I had expected Handai, there was like, so the fact that a machine goes through acoustics of whole idea. See, we have been always teaching articulatory phonetics in this country, in course of linguistics. We have very little teaching of acoustic phonetics or auditory phonetics in courses in linguistics. But in this case, machine as a decoder of unknown speech, to the extent that it succeeds. It doesn't succeed with all. Then I tried with Khasi. Surprisingly, it came back with Khasi also. I did not know that my machine knows some amount of Khasi by now. So I was trying to fool it and try to get it. Then I got into it. Answered in Kannada. It answered back in English. It does some in Khasi. And I asked something in Tangkul. Then it said, I don't have yet Tangkul, but I have some related languages. It was trying to figure out. What I'm saying is, the machines are already very, very advanced. And just as we think that we can teach through linguistics AI can teach us something back about how to do linguistics today.
Yes.
That's my first question. The second thing, the question that I interrupted you, sorry. But I was talking to that machine, and I was having a conversation. At that time, I had asked him, whether do you think, how do you translate from one language to other? You remember, I don't know, you're a fan of Wittgenstein or not. During the Tractatus phase of his writings, he used to say, whatever can be said in language A can be said in language B. After all, you're talking of the same things. But much later, in his second turn of his thinking, when he got into language as use and saw the actual language use, he did not think that we were talking of the same things. We are talking, each language is a different way of coming up with things. So he had to think. On that question, when I was having a conversation with the thing, on the numbers part, the answer to the machine is
vectors.
Yes, the numbers stay constant across all languages. That's the whole trick, he says. Think like this. Then say your sentence in Hindi is then he'll say 0.23, 0.3 in English. He has an abstract level, whether I say it in Khasi or English or Hindi, it decodes and puts a similar number from across the languages because it goes to the meaning vectors with 3,000 vectors on its scale. It taps back and gives a unique number to that item or at the level idea.
Yes.
Simple, even in social linguistics, when we used to teach variation, we used to say, what is that typically a variable? The same item that has alternate realization. That means at one level it's the same, right? It's semantically the same item, it has varied at another level. But at one level it is the same item. So that level of sameness and oneness, I think that is the enduring thing that I'm trying to find. What remains the same in language and what is it that acquires differences?
So actually, it's the knowledge is in the same proportion in a mathematical vector code. It can actually dissipate this knowledge, disseminate this knowledge in any language. But actually does this in 100 languages. So language is no bar for these machines. Once they say that this language is included, that language information is actually available. You can encode into any 100 more languages. So knowledge is one, but it can be expressed in 100 or more languages depending on the machine. And it's just simply vector information, actually giving the address, the numerical information that they provide to each word or subword is actually nothing but an address code. An address code. And this address code later on receives 780 or 760 more parametric values are attached to that one, linearly and non-linearly. So that's how it gathers knowledge. And what we should say that today, when the knowledge is available with one single person today, go to him and then try to learn it now. Now this knowledge is actually available in every mobile, right? So you don't have to go to any institute or any professor or any other thing. So tomorrow, all the professors will be replaced. It will be only robo-professors. Mostly humans will be there only to supervise. Yes, all of us would, one way or other, leave our places of work. Okay, certainly it is going to replace. It's not today, tomorrow. Actually, in fast it is developing, and in future, probably next 10 years, all languages will have their own way of using everywhere. In this room today, we use only English, unless out of some cultural thing, etc., we use Kannada or Telugu or some other language, Tamil, etc. But tomorrow, in next 10 years, all of us are going to use our mother tongues in this room. What is going to happen here? And automatically, it actually translates into your mother tongue. You hear it because there is a chip under your skin, or your mobile would convert that into your ears in your language. So we don't have anything to learn a language is not your mother tongue. That is the ultimate reality that we get from the AI. Yeah, it's already happening, but it is not available to everybody today. That's the kind of thing.
Scary statement. Is that a region in CIIL we are not getting our recruitments done? Is that a region why recruitments are not happening in CIIL?
No, that
because government already knows that there will be a replacement.
No, that means it demands us actually to innovate. That's why each one of us should become an innovator. That's the reason, not the regular kind of routine kind of things. You should become an innovator. When do you become innovator? When you use your mother tongue. If you don't use your mother tongue, a lot of time spent in learning a foreign language or in any other language. So you would become an innovator when you think and do things in your mother tongue.
So at least there won't be annoying professors.
All of us are, see, the professor is in your hand, in the machine. All knowledge, surprisingly, every information is there, what he just said, Gurbani. You can actually acquire this one, you can actually access this knowledge in any language. Gurbani doesn't remain in only Gurmukhi. It is available in all languages now. This is the kind of extent of AI information. Only supervision and innovation. These are the two things that remain. Everybody has to become an innovator with a new idea. Otherwise, it will take over. Soon it will take over. There's no doubt actually that will happen. Hello.
Now, when we are putting certain questions, see, two things I want to tell you. You have mentioned about the thinking capacity of the machine. If I say it is not thinking capacity, it's a processing capacity. If I say that, this is one thing. Second thing is, if we have certain intelligence, definitely our intelligence more than the machine, but our processing, this is what I feel.
No, just before I forget that one. Recently there was a paper, actually there are many papers. Human beings are losing their capabilities to think because of AI machines. Because we already forgot.
Yes.
We already forgot about mathematical tables, right? Earlier, our predecessors or earlier generation used to come up with a prediction of the summing, etc., large numbers. But today we are not able to do
I
anymore.
agree with you. Even if I agree with this statement, what I will say that my creative mechanism or creative
Yes.
ideology is better probably than the machine. No, wait a minute. When I put, that's why when I put certain questions, I also tried.
Yes.
Some questions we put the machine, it is actually fumbling.
No,
Certain
because of
questions.
data
Maybe
data limitation.
that's what I'm playing.
Yeah.
That data is insufficient. Tomorrow, or maybe 5 years, 10 years, if we are giving very, very rich data, this stumbling or fumbling won't be there. It can give you.
Yes.
Still, it is processing only, not thinking.
No. That's what people thought. It's only processing knowledge. Actually, it is reasoning. It is not only processing. It is reasoning. It is reasoning actually. Yes. You see, at no time you can stop it actually. You know what is happening? I discovered after working with this AI, GPT or Gemini or Data. Actually, what it is doing, you are trying to favor you. It is trying to give your own information only for you. If somebody else has access to that information, it would be different. So it is learning from your way of questioning. So that is not processing, thinking. So that thinking has come much earlier than actually processing of this level. You know, earlier people, all computer scientists, whenever you ask computer scientist, what are you doing? He is actually trying to process who thinks, which community wants which things. Right? For example, if a group of people are trying to purchase cosmetics, then the systems, all the systems that go to those people, all those cosmetic things will be gone to that group of people. Whenever you access internet, what is happening? All the kind of advertisements that appear on the internet in your book or in your laptop, all those things are liked by you. At one time or other, you have done similar thing. So that means they are thinking. Yeah.
Only if the time permits. In case of children, there is some kind of abstraction happening irrespective of the data that the child is receiving. Can we say this for the machines also,
Yes,
irrespective
exactly.
of the nature of data or the structure of
Many
data?
times, new vocabulary is created. When I ask for translation, certain vocabulary appear that never happened in Telugu. Totally new. It creates a kind of taking subwords, it fixes into a new word. Never happened in the language in the last 2,000 years. So what's happening is abstracting.
Okay, sir. Extending this question a little ahead. Abstracting is
Words,
happening.
Putting them to.
Okay. So extending
This is
this a
what has
little
happened when the Hindi word for flight or the aeroplane. What is that the human beings do? Is Hawaii Jahaz. How did the human beings come up with this kind of thing, Hawaii Jahaz? Because they put the two things with an abstract idea, that is the airplane. The similar thing actually.
In fact, I have also noticed sometimes they are able to metaphorize like humans do. That is a remarkable achievement of the machines. But in terms of creative domains or scope of AI, we see it has entered almost all walks of life. Can we say that walks of life, whatsoever achievements AI has, is it, I mean, an achievement of languages? Does it speak about languages? Because linguistics or language is a particular domain, but AI is operational in all walks of life.
No, that is application. Application of AI. We are talking about the very origin of AI. It's based on language.
So do we attribute these to languages? Huh? We attribute those achievements to languages? The achievements of AI, do we attribute achievements to languages?
Exactly.
How?
How? Because what are they fed with? Language, right? It is the database, linguistic database. Much of it is the linguistic database. Maybe other things like
what about the designs, structures, designs?
Knowledge, actually, they are acquiring knowledge. How this knowledge is acquired? This knowledge is acquired through linguistic database.
So I just
language databases.
sorry for the interference, sir.
We will close it down now, but before we close, so thank you, sir. You have given a very interesting and stepwise understanding of how language development, the beginning of computational linguistics, and the kind of jump that we have taken in the last 10 years where we are. It is a disruptive thing. Many of us are, scared. Many of us are also hopeful. But we all should be hopeful that AI is ultimately going to democratize the whole world in a much better way in the coming years. Linguistic democracy and the other kind of democracy and the kinds of agents they are going to come up, they will all help us. All of us will in building those specific agents that will cater to needs of the individuals and the communities and at different levels. Thank you. Let's go for lunch. Wait, sorry.
Host a meeting, different departments of linguistics, and AI specialist backgrounds are happening now, and we should get some multinationals. I was talking last week to Narayan Murthy, the founder of Infosys. We had met on some occasion. We had a discussion. I was discussing this whole idea of AI. So he was sitting and listening to his interest. We are supposed to meet and have some discussion in the next few days, I guess. I don't know when that'll happen. Okay. But I think you need to call MNCs, you need to call linguists, and you need to sit down. I think we need to redo this whole idea of what is linguistics about and what it can do in the coming future.
Professor, please, let's. Very good noon to each and everyone. I'm wishing you, everyone, happy Foundation Day. So once the Hanuman reached Ashoka Vatika in Sri Lanka, he was so confused. What kind of language I should speak to Sita? If I speak in classical Sanskrit, she may suspect Ravana has come in disguise, so she may not answer. And also she may have the idea how the Vanara will be well versed in classical Sanskrit. If Hanuman speaks in a very harsh way, she may get frightened or she may not answer. So he used the language very much comfortable, understand to Sita, he spoke. This is what Valmiki says. He never mentioned whether it is Tamil or Prakrit or Sanskrit, whatever language it is. So why I speak this? Today we celebrate the anniversary of Foundation Day for Central Institute of Indian Languages. But above that, for the last 57 years, this is the institution is working on interdisciplinary research on different languages and supporting the government in strengthening the linguistic harmony across the nation. That is our achievement. So how Hanuman was bridging between Sita and Rama, same way the Central Institute of Indian Languages is bridging between 140 crore speakers of this language communities. We speak with them in their language. We understand their problem. We give them every opportunity to all the 140 crore people to say their expression, to say their views, and we respect all their linguistic identity, their culture, and we'll continue supporting Government of India in maintaining the linguistic harmony of this nation. On this occasion, first I thank the chief guest, who was all the way come from Delhi to share with us. And sir, from your speech, we'll take that. We'll try to speak or learn the languages of others, whether it's a riddle, riddle song, or whatever it may be. Then I thank my founder director, who has rendered a speech from his house, and still he feels that CIIL is still with him. So thank you very much, sir. Then I thank all the special guests and professors, eminent scholars who have come all the way to join with our family in this function. And I thank our director, who is continuing his support and given all support to organize this day, make it so memorable. And I thank the organizing team and the head of organizing team and other people who have been work all the way to make this function very successful. I thank people from the press. I thank all my CIIL fraternity who have been continuing in supporting the Government of India in all language policies to maintain the linguistic harmony across this nation. I thank even our housekeeping staff members, our gardeners and security. I hope I thank everyone, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Fernandes, for your vote of thanks and acknowledgement. Ladies and gentlemen, there is 3 announcements. First one is very much exciting and very pleasing to our ears that we are going to lunch now, exactly now. So the second announcement is I request all officers and deputy directors to join for the photograph after